Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm Andrea Tantillo with the Houston-Galveston Area Council. And before we get started, I want to go over a couple of quick logistics. First, this meeting is being recorded. Microphones will be muted throughout the presentations. If you are on the phone and unmuted, please mute your phone. We will have question and answer opportunities following the sessions today. You can type your questions in the question box. Today's agenda, as well as the agenda from last night's kickoff event, are available in the handout section of your control panel. Next slide, please. Now, with that out of the way, I'd like to introduce Jeff Table, Director of Community and Environmental Planning here at HGAC, who will welcome us and begin the webinar. Jeff?
Thank you, Andrea. Good morning, parking enthusiasts. We're so happy you could be with us today. We're also happy that so many of you were able to join us last night for our kickoff event on the future of parking. And I would like to give a special thanks to all of our panelists and our moderator for a fascinating discussion about the what ifs and probably so's and who knows of parking down the road, so to speak. Today, we plan to really bring that discussion back down to ground level and talk about how parking can really be integrated into the design of more walkable, bikeable, transit accessible, and livable places. You know, I think there's been a movement in planning over the last decade of really trying to get our minds around how do we, in fact, balance the need for parking with the walkable environment that we know is so important. And it's a hard balancing act, to be honest with you. And I think a lot of us may have a bit of an antipathy about parking lots and parking in general. And I just want to share with you that I experience that personally all the time when I have a nice walk or vista broken up by a vast parking lot. And even with some good screening and treatments like the one on this slide here, it still makes me wonder what might have been if we didn't have so many gaps in our smile. And I feel that way almost all the time, except when I'm running late for a meeting and I can't find a parking space. So I think we need to strive, but also be honest about the fact that we depend on parking and have an expectation in most parts of our region of easy parking. And so where we are talking about consolidating, limiting, or even eliminating parking, I think we have to do so in a very intentional way. Last night, the panelists talked about the integration of land use and transportation with parking. You can't have any of these solutions untethered to the other. So I think a parking reduction, parking sharing, parking abatement, parking integration plan really requires intentional planning, multidisciplinary approach. And we believe that the Livable Centers program is a great vehicle for just that. Next slide, please. We began Livable Centers back in 2008. And while we have worked in a wide variety of contexts and communities, the main aims of the program are pretty simple. We want to encourage a mix of uses. Best way to get people out of their cars is to provide destinations they can walk to that are close by. We want to make sure that the infrastructure is sufficient to make those areas safe, comfortable, and even delightful to walk in. And then finally, we want to make sure that they are connected and accessible to transit, bikeways, and other aspects of the multimodal system. Next slide, please. Now, over time, we have begun to expand the scope of our livable center studies. And one of my favorites, it's like, do you have favorite kids? Well, no, of course not. But this is from the city of Waller, Texas, livable center study. And one of the first ones we did, and I think still the smallest town we've done one for. But you'll see this rendering has a lot of the traditional elements of land use and pedestrian infrastructure. But increasingly, we've recognized things like housing diversity and affordability, and the quality of public space, flood mitigation, economic development, and of course, parking are really integral and associated elements with making a livable center all it can be. Next slide, please. So over the last 12 years, we have completed 30 livable center studies. We have 5 currently underway, and we have 3 more in the pipeline for our current round. And then we're hoping to do quite a number more in the coming years. And the thing I'd like you to note when you look at this map is just the diversity of locations geographically and diverse communities as well that we have worked with. This is not just a inner city, high density area type of approach. We've worked in communities, as I mentioned, as small as Waller. We've worked in downtown Houston and many other sites, and we'll have a Houston focus at our workshop today. We have also worked in the city of Tomball, who will also be represented on our program today. And while not a livable center through HGAC, we have what I would call the original livable center in the HGAC region, the city of Sugar Land, on the panel today. So we're very excited to hear from all of them. I'm encouraging you to do one thing besides just sitting back and enjoying what we think is going to be a great program today. And I do this each year for our annual Livable Centers workshop. In addition to participating in the questions and enjoying the presentations, let's try to think of at least one thing you learned today that you can put into practice when you get back to work on Monday morning. I think that kind of a intentional attitude of putting these skills we learn and facts we know right into use is a great way to start building momentum. And my hope is that if you're not already doing some innovative things in parking and you hit the ground running on Monday, we'll be looking forward to featuring you at an upcoming parking workshop we have and hearing about y'all's success. So again, thank you for attending today. I would like to now turn it over to a principal planner on my staff who runs our Livable Centers program and is the organizer and MC of today's workshop, Anita Holman.
Jeff, thank you for that wonderful welcome. And I just want to reiterate the breadth of our studies and further focus your lens for the discussion of how we evaluate things like our main streets, our town centers, and our downtowns as we discuss the issue of parking today. As Jeff mentioned, my name is Anita Holman, and I am the primary contact for the Livable Centers program at the Houston-Galveston Area Council. As you can see from today's agenda, we have 3 topic sessions that we are going to focus on. The first is parking trends at 9 a.m., identification of needs and tools at 10 a.m., as well as city level examples mentioned by Jeff at 11:15 today. Following each session, we will have a brief question and answer period. And at the end of the day, we will have a final panel discussion or Stump the Expert roundtable where we ask you to bring your tough questions. While this is a robust schedule, please note we do have a break for you scheduled at 11 a.m. Additionally, I do want to point out, as Andrea mentioned, today's agenda is available in the handout section of your control panel. Please note the agenda also has each speaker's full agenda, full bio, which you may refer to throughout the day. Also, Please be sure to use the event's question box at any time throughout the day because we do want to hear from you and we will make sure to get your questions answered. Next slide. Additionally, you can also find a link in our event evaluation where you can tell us what you think about today's workshop, as well as let us know about future topics you might want to hear at a forum like this. So with that, I'd like to start our first session focused on parking trends and welcome our 3 speakers, including Mr. Travis Liska, who is our senior planner with the North Central Texas Council of Government, and is going to set the stage for today's presentation centered around parking trends and why parking reform matters. He will then be followed by Mr. David Fields, who is the City of Houston's Chief Transportation Planner, and will be discussing parking considerations at a city level. And to round out the parking trends conversation, we are also joined by Ms. Nicole Chinea, who is a senior parking manager with WGI and will discuss parking trends as it pertains to flexibility with street parking. So without further ado, please help me welcome Mr. Travis Liska. Travis Liska is visiting us again from the Central Texas Council of Governments, where he coordinates land use transportation planning efforts, including leading the biennial parking symposium for the Dallas-Fort Worth region. He is especially excited to be here today as he draws on the parallels between the Houston-Galveston region and the rapidly growing Dallas-Fort Worth area. So with that, Travis.
Thank you, Anita, and good morning, everyone. I'm really happy that I was invited to speak today to talk about what we're doing in the greater Dallas-Fort Worth area, because the Houston area and the Dallas-Fort Worth area are very similar, both the 5th and 4th largest metropolitan areas in the country. And as Jeff pointed out, we're both regions that boomed around the car and are thus dependent more or less on that for transportation and thus dependent on parking. But of course, in pursuit of walkable, sustainable places, I think we need to be a little bit smarter about how we do parking. So for the past few years, we've been regionally trying to coordinate efforts at being smarter about our parking policies. So I'm going to share some of the general trends we've observed in the Dallas-Fort Worth region, and I think how you guys have a very similar context in Houston. But first, I'd like to start with, I think, why it's so important we discuss the whole need for parking reform. And I want to use sort of the thoughts from Mr. Richard Wilson. He gave a presentation earlier this summer. 2020 is a very interesting time to be doing planning and to be talking about how we make our cities better, because we have a lot of pressing issues. But he made the point that parking is really something that is at the forefront of influencing things and how we build our cities. And I think today, as we go throughout our presentations, we'll get an understanding of how it sort of integrates with things like urban design, the sustainability and resiliency of our communities, and certainly, as I'll emphasize, sort of the economics of how it drives development and choices in transportation. So the first point I'd like to make, that I'm sure many of you are aware of if you've read things like Donald Shoup's book, The High Cost of Free Parking, and an important point that I like to communicate to stakeholders is that parking is not free, although most people pay nothing for it. Here I have sort of the example average cost for building structured parking. This can be as much as $17,000 to $40,000 if you're doing something that's underground. And that's a lot of money for us to be investing in something that isn't used all the time. I, for example, drive a small used Kia, and I know there are a lot of garages I've parked in where the parking space is more valuable than my car. But another perspective, that's the down payment someone might put on a house. That's, a year of college tuition potentially. So where we invest in our communities, this can really undercut the economics of how people make travel choices. And the other side of that economic discussion is that when we put all this money into this land that we're not generating any revenue on, that's missed opportunities for generating both private revenue in the form of rent, but also as cities. In Texas, all of our communities, we're deriving value from property taxes. and from the economic activity of the sales tax that goes on in those spaces that we build. So parking is just an amenity and an extension of the transportation system that doesn't necessarily create the highest and best use of land that generates the revenue we need to support things. And especially now, as we're facing a situation where the revenue equation for our cities is changing, this might be the time to be really smart about how we utilize our land. And of course, it's all related to the space. Parking matters because we're devoting a lot of space, again, to something that isn't necessarily the most productive use. You can think of each space on average being 200 square feet, but when you consider the fact that cars have to move in and out of those lots, you're averaging 300, 400 square feet per space. Put a few of those together and you've got a place where someone could be living, or an apartment, for example, type space. And so, how this really impacts our transportation systems, not only the subsidy for driving, but, as we decided we wanted to drive, we decided we need to reform the shape of our cities to fit the geometry of the car. Now we have almost more land devoted to parking than to the building themselves, especially in the suburban contexts you see in Dallas and Fort Worth. And, anyone taking a bus is also a pedestrian. And so as you push those buildings further and further apart, you make alternative modes less appealing. And so then that reinforces the pattern we need to drive. And so we're caught in sort of what I would call a vicious cycle of automobile dependency, where parking is a huge part of that, again, because of the economic element of it. And so how should we begin to change that equation? And I think, as was mentioned earlier, this isn't something we can change overnight or wave a magic wand. So in our region, we really took the approach around our walkable places. We need to understand the existing trends and understand the data. So we engaged in a transit-oriented development parking study around 28 stations on the DART red and blue line. This spans 4 cities, Dallas, Richardson, Plano, and Garland, so a variety of development contexts. We also strove to get a variety of land uses in there. So we have 16 private developments that we studied, and we did 3 days of continuous utilization. And this study really gave us a good basis for kind of saying, where are we with utilization, actual on the ground utilization of parking, not just going off of an assumption, because often we found there wasn't a robust amount of data in the conversation. So I'm going to go through a few points, key points from that study, from our findings. But the full report, if you want to dive into it much deeper, is available at parkingtoolboxntx.org. So the first thing we found relates to how much parking was used. We found that a majority of the sites never peaked above 80% utilization, and that was just sort of our mark for what was the most efficient utilization of the space. So we found that the excess capacity at those sites totaled about 4,500 unused spaces over the 2-day period. Now, I should note that of that 4,500, almost like 2,000 of those spaces were in one very large overparked development. And another key trend we found in the data was that the reason for such severe overparking at some developments is that there are other folks in the commercial real estate decision cycle trying to provide input on how much parking is required. So I think as we're thinking about how do we create walkable places like transit-oriented developments, we need to consider that there are other folks besides the city sort of pulling the strings, if you will, on parking ratio and parking supply decisions. So a majority of the sites we studied also found that they built more than city code required. And so talking with some of the developers, you have the lenders, you have major commercial tenants, brokers who are also pushing for more and more parking. Again, because like Houston and Dallas, it's an area where people understand most people are going to be taking their cars. And so again, just to reemphasize, talking with different stakeholders on the public and private side, there's really not a robust amount of data. Everyone has sort of their assumptions, that are based on some sort of quasi-logical thing and sort of minimal amount of studies, and some people have more data than others. But generally the codes sort of copy other cities, might copy the older ITE requirements, and there really is no perfect ratio. So when we try and set sort of very specific codes for all uses, it might not necessarily be the most accurate data for each unique situation. And specifically, I want to point out from our study, we looked at some affordable housing developments. We had 2 developments that received low-income housing tax credit financing in Dallas. And both of those developments used about half or less of the parking that was there. And you can compare that to the sort of more higher income market rate housing in the corridor that use closer to the 80% utilization mark. And so this really, again, goes back to my first point that when we talk about parking, we're not just talking about parking, we're talking about how we shape our cities and how we leverage this technical element to influence what we want to see built. Okay, so I want to just quickly kind of wrap up with what we're doing to promote parking reform and parking smarter across our region. So out of that study that I just discussed, we developed this Parking Toolbox website. And again, it's the same link, parkingtoolboxntx.org. So I mentioned we have the study link there. We also have 15 technical tools like shared parking, unbundling parking, parking management districts, a lot of stuff. Hold on, I just got a audio. Can everyone still hear me?
Yes, Travis, great.
Okay, great. Yeah, it was flashing at me. Okay, so what I was saying is our toolbox has a variety of tools. You can look at the case studies that are available there. And I know a lot of those are going to be mentioned today in conversation and in some local examples. So I won't go into details on those, but definitely check that out as you have time and as you're interested. But beyond just that resource guide, we continue to advance the idea that we need to do data collection. And so another resource that we've put on our website, nctcog.org/parking, is an example of local studies, right? So as Jeff mentioned, livable centers and walkable places happen across our region as well in a variety of contexts. Certainly in urban places like Fort Worth, on their very popular Complete Street in the Magnolia Avenue, they're considering implementing parking pricing. So we have an example of that information there on the website. Plano is another community we work with that's part of DART. They have downtown, even in their suburban context. This is the historic walkable downtown, and they want to make sure that parking doesn't undercut the goals of that walkable place. And then even in smaller communities like Decatur, which is about 45 minutes northwest of Fort Worth, a population of about 7,000. It's genuinely a small town. We actually, as the COG, hired consultants to go out there and study parking on their town square. They perceived that they had a lack of parking supply. Turns out it was more of a wayfinding issue and everyone wanting to park on the square. And so this is something that many communities want to have, that destination place, that charismatic community that people want to go to, and we want to make sure that parking doesn't eliminate the possibility of those great walkable places happening. And so as Anita referenced earlier in my introduction, every other year we try to bring people together like we're doing now to talk about how do we do parking in a better way. And this is coordination between the private sector and the public sector, because we both, as I mentioned, have an influence on it. This is a picture of our last one in parking symposium last year. And actually we had some folks from Houston speaking at that one too. So I think it's important recognizing that we're very similar urban regions, very connected, that we continue to share our information and expertise with each other. And so I welcome folks from the Houston region to continue to engage with us and look forward to working with HGAC as much as we can as well. So I want to be respectful of everyone's time and just kind of wrap up my presentation here. I know we're encouraging folks to enter questions in the chat, but if you want to reach out to me directly, there's my email. And of course, again, the website where you'll find a lot of this information I've discussed available for your review. So with that, I think we're ready to turn it over to our next speaker. And this will be Mr. David Fields with the City of Houston. He's their Chief Transportation Planner. And, you know, I've actually had the opportunity to work with David. He was sort of the lead when he was with a consulting firm for the transit-oriented development parking study I presented. So I know he understands this topic well. And I know today he's going to focus on how the City of Houston is trying to tie their goals to their planning practice, and how he's been working with the City of Houston's plans and coordinating them with their parking efforts. So I know that's going to be a good presentation. So I will turn it over to David.
Thanks so much, Travis, and good morning, everybody. I hope you're all doing well, wherever this finds you throughout the region, or maybe even outside, coming all the way from Dallas, so thanks, Travis. I'm David Fields. I'm the City of Houston's Chief Transportation Planner, and I want to take a slightly different tack to talking about parking. I always like, when we're doing transportation planning stuff, to start by thinking about what the public thinks about what we're doing. How do they make their decisions? Because they don't know about ITE or parking generation rates or terms like multi-mobility. They just want to live their daily lives. So if we put it in their terms, when they think about what they are going to do in a day, they kind of go through decision making something like this. They'll say something like, okay, what am I going to do today? I may go home, I may go to work, go to school, maybe go down to Buffalo Bayou, go to luncheon. Obviously, this is in more normal non-COVID times, but just go with me for a sec. So let's say they're going to go to lunch. And then, so they'll say, okay, so how am I going to do that? How am I going to go to lunch? I could walk, maybe I could bike, maybe I could take transit, but in our region, odds are I'm going to drive. Okay. So the next thing is, if I'm going to drive, how am I going to find my way to lunch? I might know it, but more and more, everybody will say, well, I'll look at my phone. Okay, that's fine. But then when I get to the thing I'm going to do, if I'm a member of the public, I don't think about what will I do when I get to lunch. It's not I'm going to park, or I'm going to walk from the parking lot inside, or I'm going to greet my friend. My thought is I'm going to go eat. It is the land use that is driving this whole process of daily choices. So when we think about it, and going back to actually where Jeff started us today, the things that we think about, the factors that should be part of that to help somebody get to lunch are, what's the land use they're going to? What are the other land uses nearby? What are all of the travel choices? And what are the costs and availability of those choices? So in the terms that you heard about earlier, what is this land use? What is the context of all the land uses that are together in that area? Really key is, what are the complete systems of transportation that I can use to get there? What's my access choice? And how do I make those decisions based on kind of the big things I think about, cost and time? Okay. Well, you've all seen things like that. But when we actually get to historically building our transportation network here in the area, we've really summarized it in, what's the land use I'm going to? Let's build parking for that land use. We haven't taken all these different considerations into our planning, and the region has shown it from there. The result of that is that in the entire city of Houston, if you add up every on-street space, every off-street space, every parking lot, every private garage, every public lot, every driveway, every curb space, we have estimated 69 million parking spaces throughout our city. Think about that. And putting that in context, If you lay that out flat, that's 445 square miles of parking. No other land uses, no other access options, just parking. That is the size of the entire city of San Antonio. So we could pick up every parking space we have in Houston, go buy the city of San Antonio, make it the largest park and ride lot ever. Okay, so 69 million, that's a big number. But what is it in context? What is the right amount of parking? Aha, it's a trick question. There is no exact right amount of parking for every place across the nation. What we have here is not going to be the same for another city in our region or another city in another region. What is much more important than trying to nail down the exact right number everywhere is to take a look at every city's goals. What is it that the city wants to be? What does it want to invest in? What has the community said? And let's base transportation planning and parking planning based on that. So in Houston, we talk about our big three plans right now are Plan Houston, Resilient Houston, and the Houston Climate Action Plan. And you all may know I'm still relatively new to Houston. I've been here about 6 months. So one of the first things I did was I took a real deep dive into these plans. What are the goals that speak about transportation in these plans? Plan Houston emphasized equal access, specifically to opportunity and prosperity. And it talked about providing a multimodal transportation network. Okay. Resilient Houston, it talks about building up, not out, to promote smart rural growth because our 2.3 million people are going to keep growing. And to serve that, increase regional transportation choice. And in the Houston Climate Action Plan, it talks about reducing vehicle miles traveled per capita, but specifically providing equitable and safe mobility choice. I read this as provide choice, provide networks, provide choice, provide equal access, provide choice. Nowhere in here does it say provide a certain number of parking spaces, make sure there are 30 spaces available for every person who lives here. What it talks about is a complete transportation network and go from there. So in the city, we are building off of that direction. We are using our goals as our vision for what we want to do. And so it's starting with taking a real hard look at our transportation, at our development code. Over the last few years, and if you were on the call last night, you heard Maria Arshad talking about this. We have eliminated parking minimums in the development code for 3 neighborhoods in downtown Houston, in Midtown Houston, and Edo. Just recently, in the last few weeks, City Council passed the walkable places and TOD ordinances, which says for certain types of neighborhoods with multimodal access, we can reduce or eliminate more parking. So if we provide access in other ways, we don't need to emphasize the parking. During COVID, we implemented what we call our More Spaces program, which says if you're a restaurant and we required you to provide a certain amount of off-street parking, but we have limited how many people can be in your restaurant to socially distance during COVID, we're going to say you probably don't need as much parking as you used to. So you can take up to half of your off-street parking lot and convert it into land use, into a space for your restaurant and not provide as much parking. We made it super easy, as opposed to needing a variance, needing a permit. Said if you've already gone through our full process, just go to our website, fill out the form to tell us you're going to do it. Just tell us how many spaces you had before, how many spaces you'll have after, and you're good to go. Provided you maintain your other forms of access. You have safe pedestrian access, you have safe vehicle access, and you have safe ADA access. So if anybody was watching Houston's Planning Commission yesterday, we announced the Livable Places Initiative, which is to take a look at all our forms and say, what can we do to make Houston increasingly available for development that meets our city's goals? One of the things we've been doing in advance of that is a review of our full code, our off-street parking requirements. So we have a lot of different ideas already for where the code is not supporting our goals, and we can really dive in to support that initiative. And for each one of those programs, parking minimums, making it a little easier to use the parking you've provided and not require as much parking before in the future, this really supports our city's goals of saying we want to provide access through all our different systems, not just through parking. Now, all of those pieces are the off-street pieces of it. We're also looking really hard at our on-street parking. Park Houston is our system, and it is really to encourage curb space turnover. So where we do have parking, we're going to use it to the best use for that neighborhood. And we really tie this to our city's goal of equal access to opportunity, because when we turn over parking in the right land use context, that means more people can use that same space. So it really comes down to our new approach to parking. It is following direction from our mayor, who said, this has been in many ways a paradigm shift. We're literally changing how people move about in the city of Houston. We're going to do it, and every piece, including every component of our parking network, is going to support this paradigm shift. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to our next speaker. We're going to continue our discussions today and refine the scale of our conversation around parking. It is now my pleasure to introduce Ms. Nicole Tenaya, Senior Project Manager for WGI, where she leads the Parking and Planning Studies Group. Her passion for parking and transportation started while working in a municipal parking organization as a project manager, and since has worked with many cities throughout Texas in regard to adaptive parking planning. Nicole?
Thank you, David. Such a tough act to follow. Hello, everyone, and thank you for having me here today. As we've heard in the last hour, David and Travis have shared some great information and examples of how cities are adapting to the evolving changes of parking and the planning surrounding parking. Our cities are changing at a rapid rate, and given our circumstances now with the pandemic, it has kind of catapulted these topics and theories into our desks and into these type of conversations like we are today. One of the most common themes amongst both of these two speakers with such great information was planning and data. And so for the last portion of this presentation, I'm going to focus on these two trends. Planning, data, how does it work? Where do we start? I see there's already some questions in the chat, so I'm going to kind of quickly go through my slides and dig a little bit deeper into the planning portion of parking, the data, and how that's changed and what we hope to achieve in the future. So this terribly granular graphic was used very intentional because it's a very dated concept of how to plan for parking and manage parking. And so I intentionally grabbed this from, I think, a presentation from many moons ago. But as you can see, parking was typically always looked at as supply, demand, cost, convenience. I always tell folks this used to be Parking 101, but class has kind of been canceled. Pricing is being used to manage and plan for parking, but we're not looking at the supply and demand as much as we were in the past. It's about convenience, but it's not about moving the car and the convenience of the car. It's the convenience of transporting the people, the cars, the bikes, and all of the folks that are in the program space. So when we talk about data and how we plan for this to make this ecosystem of parking work successfully, we historically looked at data, supply and demand, occupancy, inventory, and these are traditional data sets that we use for planning. Very, very black and white and cookie cutter. And Travis mentioned that many of the cities start with these types of studies. You need to see where you are, what your baseline is, what private parking is, what public parking is. And then, for instance, this is a snippet from a transit center that was impacting the public parking on and off street. But again, this information, the collection of this information is how we get to, do we have a parking problem? And ultimately, the end result in the past has always been to build more parking. But we are more and more being challenged with how do we manage the parking before we even talk about adding to the parking? How do we repurpose the parking? How do we reprogram the space? And so what are some of the catalysts for this reprogramming and this different approach? We have more bikes and scooters that are now starting to be in the space for where cars would park. Farmers markets, where we have pop-ups where there are events being planned in parking lots, as David mentioned, either for dining, farmers markets. There's craft shows that we see. How can we take a space that has been allocated for parking and then change that to be repurposed to fit the needs of the community? We're also seeing a change in the curb space, and traditionally the curb was a delineation between the parking space and the sidewalk for the pedestrian access. It's kind of becoming one, and they're having to be shared. And so how does that work? And it's almost as though that curb has been extended back to the property line of the storefront in many cases. So the question becomes, how do we plan for all of this, and what data can we look at to get us there? And so as you can see, these are some examples of cities currently that are looking at studies. Our demand for parkers has decreased due to the pandemic in the last 6 to 8 months. That's a given. I think cities are seeing that across the board. But the data, the devil's always in the details, and the data is still going to prove relevant. So how do we look at historical data, our current data, and plan for the future? And what it comes down to is, traditionally we were counting spaces. How many cars are parking? How many cars aren't parking? When are they parking and where? But our data collection has moved now using GIS technology and heat maps, and it's encompassing things like transit, loading zones, bike racks. One of the common themes and the things that I was jotting down some things as the speakers were speaking was connectivity. Parking management, curb management was mostly centered around the vehicle. Connectivity, mobility. Mobility is encompassing everything that moves, the people, the bikes, the buses, and the vehicles. And so this is a very good example of how the data collection and the planning portion kind of meshes the parking and the transportation aspect to be able to look and see, how does this all look? How does this impact? Where do we need to add more bike racks? Where do we need to add the parking? Which in some cases is relevant. Or where do we take away parking and repurpose it to do a parklet or outdoor dining or a farmer's market pop-up type area? And so the data is still very relevant and important, which, as I said, Travis and David actually mentioned. So while things are kind of at a lull right now in most cities across the board, it's going to be even more important for us to look at historical data, our data now, to be able to plan for our future. So what are we trying to accomplish? Why do we want to collect the data? Why do we want to do all this planning? And so while paid parking and a decrease in parking requirements and parking revenue may be at a lesser pace and maybe not the go-to solution, it's still relevant, and in some places very needed. But we also have to include things like scooters. How do the scooters work with the folks parking to pay the meter? Uber and Lyft, they're another demand driver for our curb space. We need to be able to plan for those, for the drop-offs, the temporary parking, the kiss and drops. Bike lanes. This is just another example of mobility and how it's being used and how it falls into our ecosystem. Curb drop-offs. One of the things that we've seen in a lot of cities throughout this pandemic has been temporary drop-offs for food delivery. We've seen huge peaks in the curb being used not only for Uber and Lyft, but for food drop-offs, delivery dudes, your Uber Eats type folks. And then outdoor dining. especially given all of our restrictions locally and regionally due to the pandemic. Outdoor dining is becoming more of a trend to keep the economy of our businesses going, especially in restaurants. And as David mentioned, the city of Houston has actually embraced that by allowing the restaurants to use some of their parking space for outdoor dining. So at the end of the day, our goal in our data collection, our goal in these toolboxes that we're mentioning, and the main subject for today is how do we accomplish a perfect ecosystem for parking? How do we make the balance for your city? David made a great point that there is no one size fits all. That mindset is very dated, and we are having to plan specifically for the community and the demands of cities specifically. So with that, I see that there's a question in the question box already. So I am going to go ahead and take a look at that.
Sorry to interject. What we'll do is I'll actually just ask all the panelists to join us from this last session. And to Nicole's point, there is a question in the chat box. And so this is just a quick reminder. These are the folks you've just heard from. Thank you so much for the presentation. I'm going to read off this question and then we will open it up for response. So the first question we have in the chat box is, this is really great information and greatly respect Houston's efforts. For communities in less urban environments, what data do you suggest be collected to help influence a paradigm shift? And where can we get information like the numbers of unused parking spaces from? So David, why don't we start with you, and then Nicole, if you could provide some insight.
Sure. So I think the data collection really needs to start with what's available in that area for access. How many parking spaces exist? Who owns it? How is it managed? What is the transit access like? How many bus routes? Where do they go to? What kind of bicycle access do you have? Is it a walkable area? And all of that are things that anybody can collect. We are really big proponents of including the community as we do data collection, so they feel like they were with us every step of the way. None of this is secret stuff. It's not secret sauce. It's not rocket science or brain surgery. So if you come up with your data collection plan and you have a community association or you have a transportation committee, and you can invite people to say, look, we're going to start from the beginning and we want you with us. Can you come help us during a couple of peak hours and count how many cars are on the street? Then later, people have a lot less concern that they don't believe the data.
That's a really interesting perspective in terms of getting the community involved. As in terms of having community buy into sort of the perception of trends versus the reality of trends, do you have any recommendations in terms to how to better tell that story? I think it makes sense that you involve community in things like doing counts, for example, but when you are, for example, let's say it's a community that's just getting started, and one of your jobs is really to take a concept and have it approved by your council, for example. How do you start that process of building community support that ultimately leads to political will?
Was that for me again, or?
Yeah.
Oh.
If you'd like to start us off, followed by Nicole, and then Travis, I'd love to hear a little bit about maybe some thoughts from the North Central Texas COG.
I think it really starts with a conversation about what you're trying to achieve. Is something not working today? Are you being overwhelmed by cars, or are the costs of developing with as much parking as on your code, is it overwhelming? Are you hearing regularly from people, there's parking out front, but I can never use it? Figuring out those pieces first, but also, and this is really important in these days, it's important to be clear on the message that this is not a war on cars. This is not a war on driving. This is an opportunity to make it easier for businesses to thrive by not adding extra costs, and to provide choices for everybody so they'll actually gain more business, because not everybody will use a car every trip. When it's more a positive of we're trying to do this to help as opposed to take away a choice, it is a very different conversation.
No, and answer that percent that the main, your community is your biggest advocate. And so a lot of the cities who are in the very early stages of just the conversation, you know, I talk a lot about data collection. Part of the data collection is your stakeholder feedback. And so it is necessary and absolutely critical to the success of any planning effort in the city to have stakeholder meetings, do surveys, do public outreach. You need to get a pulse of the community to be able to shift and meet the needs of what the public is saying. And it is a double-edged sword a lot of times, but in this day and age, people love to talk about parking, and they always have an opinion. They want to know about what the community is doing. And so my biggest suggestion would be outreach, public outreach in any way, shape, or form, even virtual. We've had a lot of success with virtual outreach during this pandemic, and seeing huge numbers of folks responding online and attending Zoom-like WebExes like this one.
Travis, do you have anything you'd like to add?
Yeah, no, I definitely completely agree with what Nicole and David said about involving the community, because you don't want to surprise people for sure. And I would just add that I think when communicating with stakeholders on something like parking, you know, yeah, we do gather a lot of data, but most importantly, it's telling the story of how does it work, right? And what are the trade-offs, and really crafting that narrative around, okay, you know, for like our walkable centers, smaller communities, they host, you know, events where they shut down their main street and they have, you know, vendors and everything. And so where are people going to park for that? That's, you know, something that comes up all the time. And so crafting that narrative of, in that situation, you know, work with big property owners in the area, for example. I mean, many small town areas generally have religious institutions that own lots of parking nearby. So, you know, leveraging that benefit, just, you know, really illustrating how it would work for folks, I think is a powerful tool that does involve using your data on what's there, but then, you know, illustrating that this is, you know, possible even without massive changes to the mobility paradigm. So I would say, yeah, storytelling is a key element of it.
Well, perfect. It looks like we actually have another question in the chat. Andrea, would you mind reading that out?
No, not at all. And this question is for David. It's thank you for sharing information on the city's efforts. It's an exciting time in Houston. Can you speak about the parking that will be addressed in suburban big box districts? An area that comes to mind is FM 1960 at State Highway 249.
So I think the approach for any place we're going to be looking at in the future is to make it context sensitive. Houston's huge, 670 square miles. And if you ask people, we have the equivalent of 4 or 5 different central business districts. We've got, you know, a gazillion different neighborhoods. And to say what we have in downtown or a medical center is going to be the same as our more suburban, you know, big box areas, that's never going to fly. It's never going to get us anywhere. So while I don't have a specific approach today in mind, what I do know is that we're going to have to create, call it a typology with different types, and say, okay, in this type of form, with this type of multimodal access, these are the approaches we can use. Where we are very lucky to have Metro as a great transit partner. More and more, you know, they are implementing new routes. The Silver Line BRT just opened last month, and, you know, and taking that into consideration as we go, you know, starts to put these pieces together. So kind of the key emphasis of the approach has just got to be context sensitive.
Awesome, thank you for that. And it does look like we have one more question. Andrea, would you mind sharing that with us?
Yes, absolutely. And this comes from someone who's saying we're in a rural community and need help in finding space and creating additional parking in our downtown area. We are losing several spots due to adding turn lanes. We do not have any mass transportation services.
So is the question, just for clarification, is it sort of what is the trend or the data that you should be collecting to help evaluate your needs? Or is it the desire to move forward with a plan that helps you define your goal, for example?
And real quick, Anita, just to add to that question, in case this is where the attendee was going, is a lot of times when we lose spaces within our main streets, we'll call them, there is this fear of we're losing parking because that is the most convenient and accessible parking. And so a lot of times you need to look beyond that main street and out 2-3 blocks, because a lot of the smaller cities who are encouraging and promoting the development get nervous with losing the parking. But many times we find that a lot of people are willing to walk. They're willing to make the 2-3 block walk to their destination. The challenge in that is directing them to where that parking is available, because it's not always in the line of sight. It's not always very evident.
Nicole, thanks for that response. And I will remind those folks who are on the phone today, please stay with us all the way to the end, where we will have our local example case studies. And to build on the conversation and the question that you just asked, we will refer to the city of Tomball that had similar concerns and wanted to introduce parking that complemented its downtown area. So we will be talking about that later today, and we ask you to join us for that discussion. So really quickly, we have about 4 minutes left, and I'd like to ask sort of a fun question. And while all of our panelists today have lived in Houston at some point and have worked in Houston at some point, my question is, what trend is it that when you return to Houston, or you're thinking about Houston versus other communities, surprises you within our region? And what do you think is our region's biggest opportunity given the trends that you see? David, I apologize to keep putting you in the hot seat first, but we'll go ahead and start with you and then follow up with Nicole and then finally Travis.
Sure. Houston's pretty unique. You all know we have no zoning here. And when you process that idea compared to a lot of other places, you ask yourself, well, why? It's been voted on 3 times by the whole community. It's been very, very clear. There is no interest in that level of control over private property. Okay. That's the will of the community. That makes complete sense. And as planners, we are supposed to be supporting the community, and it's great to have that clear message. What is interesting is with no zoning, the city has still maintained arguably the most questionable part of traditional zoning, which is minimum parking requirements. For something that we don't have a code, we do have a development code, we have still maintained that very strongly. And for a planner, it's kind of a wrapping your mind around why was that the piece that still made it into ordinance. So this approach of, well, there's interest in reducing the impacts of not having enough parking. And the question these days is there a better way to do that? Can we overcome concerns about not having enough access by providing other forms of access? Can we bulk up our mass transit system? Can we build out our 1,500 miles of high comfort bike lanes? Can we make sure people can walk within their own neighborhoods so that if you're going to drive, sure, we're a huge place again. You're not going to drive end to end if you're going to go shopping. I'm sorry, you're not going to walk end to end if you're going to go shopping. You should be able to drive those trips. But if you are staying local and you don't need a parking space, maybe we can reduce that and revisit really what the intention of that code is.
Thanks for that, Nicole.
So no, great point. And I think one of the things that always amazes me about Houston is we love our cars in Houston. And so it's been so awesome to see this evolution of different modes of transportation. And when, you know, my history with Houston goes back now 15 years, and there was this, we need our cars. We need to be able to park at the front of that store or at the front of that restaurant to conduct our business. But there has been this evolution in, you know, maybe I don't need to park right in that front space, and maybe we can put something else there that's a little bit more accommodating to the community. And so I think it's been slow, but it has been progressive. And so that always amazes me about this great city.
And Travis, any final thoughts?
Yeah, so I mean, it has been a while since I lived in Houston, but I have been a lifelong Texan, so I'm tempted to say nothing surprises me. But well, I guess what is surprising is even in all the cities in Texas, we've really embraced the desire for walkable places. People, regardless of where they live in our metros, really like places essentially, and so you see that in Houston, you see that in Dallas and Fort Worth. And it's really critical that we, do parking carefully there, because, a giant patch of asphalt doesn't make a great place. And so I know there's lots of those cool places in Houston that I've been to. So it's the resurgence of walkability is really, I think, an interesting thing to see in our cities.
Well, thank you all so much. Just a reminder, all these panelists will be back with us at the end of the day for our Stump the Expert session. So if for some reason you weren't able to ask your question, don't worry, you will have a second chance. And so with that, I'm going to ask say thank you once again to our panelists, ask you to go ahead and turn off your video for now as we get ready to move into our next session, which is parking needs and tools. Wonderful, thank you for that session introduction. Our next session builds on the opportunities and misconceptions just discussed and leads us into conversation around parking needs and tools to better understand the combined benefits of street parking, surface parking, garage parking, and curb management. By understanding the community's true need, the appropriate tools and strategy can be realized. Today, we are joined by three dynamic presenters. Mr. Jeremy Rocha is a senior project manager at WGI, and today he's going to lead us through a conversation around the parking universe and how right-sized parking influences the design and feel of our communities. He will then be followed by Mr. Evan Peterson, who is the development director at Radon Capital, and will walk us through parking considerations from a private investment perspective. And finally, Mr. Kirk Myers, who is an associate engineer and planner with the Goodman Corporation, is going to introduce us to a few strategies available when evaluating parking solutions from a municipal lens. So with that, I'd like to introduce our first speaker, Mr. Jeremy Rocha, Senior Manager at WGI. Jeremy brings a unique perspective to the parking ecosystem with over 20 years of experience in project management, parking design, and construction management, to name a few. While I love to joke that Jeremy is an engineer, his ability to demonstrate key considerations of parking and its effect on placemaking, as well as community design, makes him a great match for today's workshop. So with that, Jeremy, please lead us through your discussion.
Thank you, Anita, for that introduction. Yes, I am an engineer, so I bring a different perspective and look at parking from a different lens. But with that, it's how do we merge parking, engineering, planning, design into a smart city, what I would call a smart city, if you can see my screen there. How do we connect services, people, and places? And you can see on the bottom there, there's a lot of different things that kind of come into play there, from civic lights to placemaking to infrastructure and just overall resiliency of the city. But the interesting part here is that what all these elements and variables that make a city smart also make parking smart. Looking at the placemaking and how parking kind of plays that role. The last thing you want to do is build this awesome development and all anybody can talk about is how there's no parking. You need to embrace and continue to embrace this new mobility now that people are starting to walk, bike, and take different modes of transportation, even in the Houston area. 10, 15 years ago, that would have been unheard of. So how does parking play a role in this? And how can we, sort of right-size parking? And what does right-size parking mean? And how does parking play a role in this livable city? And how does that align with the goals of the city? So as we continue to go through here, if I can just see if I can screen over, there we go. So what are we talking about when we talk about parking? You're probably thinking, Jeremy, well, it's just a parking space. I would say, yes, it is a parking space, but what type of parking space are you dealing with? And there's all different types, and what you see on my screen here are just a few. You have reserved spaces, paid parking, shared parking, contract parking, and the reason I bring this up is because we have a lot of clients that come to us and say, we have 200 parking spaces, but there's still not enough parking, and we get out there and there's 50 spaces that are reserved 24 hours a day. So, we have to relay to the client, while yes, you have 200 physical spaces, you only have 150 spaces available for your patrons. So it's sort of understanding what the type of parking that you have and the effects and the impact it has on the type of ecosystem. Because if you have parking and it's not in the right location, or it's not the right type of parking, you're still going to have a parking issue or a lack of parking in terms of just the perspective from your patrons. So how does parking sort of fit into the transportation network, and how can we better understand how it fits in there? And a lot of it has to do with the policy considerations. A lot of times we run into issues where there's just not, the policies are just not in place, the operational policies just aren't in place to meet parking demands. For example, a development that goes from office use during the day to more entertainment use in the evenings, and all of a sudden now you see a lot of cones, you see a lot of valet areas. So what is that transition operationally, and how can that development better serve its patrons? So what are the variables that sort of make up this parking ecosystem, or the parking puzzle pieces? You can see on my screen that there's lots of different things that sort of come into that sort of play in this parking system here. It ranges from your parking policies, as I mentioned, to wayfinding, general directions, as Nicole mentioned, the stakeholders, as David Fields mentioned. So there's lots of different puzzle pieces that all have to come together to create a workable parking system. And the key things is just to understand what the parking issue is. In the last hour, we talked a lot about different variables and different nuances and different developments, even different cities. So it's understanding exactly what your parking issue is. Is it not enough convenient parking? Is it a wayfinding issue? Is it a policy issue? All different things, different variables that ultimately lead to the same issue of a parking problem. And once these issues are identified, have frequent check-ins, because as pre-COVID, your parking issues could have been A, but post-COVID, your parking issues are now B. As the cities are starting to open up, and as folks like me are willing to get out of our quarantine bubble and go back into the real world, how is that going to drive a demand? How is that going to change people's perspective? How is that going to change people's habits? I find myself, in the few times that I have gone to the grocery store, I find myself parking further and further away. Again, in my mind, it's a social distancing, effort. But so now all of a sudden, my perspective and my parking habits have changed. So it requires a frequent check-in, and also just parking branding and active communication. Making sure that the community as a whole understands parking. If you're someone from the outer suburbs coming into the downtown area, like Midtown, understand, is there signage? Is there communication? Is that person not going to spend 10 to 15 minutes looking for parking? Sort of that active communication, whether it be by social media, whether it be by a website, what have you, just sort of keeping that conversation going and keeping that sort of parking branding conversation going. So how do we take all these variables, all these ideas, and put them into practice. You know, one of the questions was, you know, we're a smaller community. How can we do all these things, or how does parking fit with us? We're not a big city, you know. And when we go through these different parking studies, big or small, we look at them the same, right? I've done work for, you see the city of Houston here on your screen on the top. We did a parking study many years ago for the city of Houston, and we've also done parking studies for the city of Bentonville. Arguably two very, very different urban centers, two very, very different types of commuters, types of needs, types of wants, but ultimately the same variables are in place, and we look at the same parking issues to sort of look at, and how do we communicate, and how do we quote unquote fix their parking. And what they're all trying to do is find that right size parking, right? We want to make sure that we build parking that's usable, that's friendly, but, you know, that makes most use of their space. So the parking, big or small, the parking issues are universal, and their operational tactics are key. You know, in Bentonville, as in the city of Houston, it was a wayfinding issue at the time. You know, there wasn't that signage, there wasn't that communication to their patrons as to where to park. You see on the Bentonville photo there, this is where Walmart originated from. So that one storefront, that was their major demand generator in the city, in downtown Bentonville. But as you can see, there's about 4 parking spaces in front of that building. So there was never the city was not communicating with their patrons as to where to go, where to park, and what is the best thing, where is the best place for them to go. So again, it's the exact same issue or the exact same needs as the big urban center, but on a smaller scale. So it's sort of looking at it that way, and sort of making sure that you understand that while there is not a one-size-fits-all parking solution, there is a way that you look at it, and the puzzle pieces put together to create that right size parking solution for that individual use. You know, we had talked about different things throughout the city, and one development on one side of Main Street will be completely different and have different needs just based on its mix-up for the other side of the street. So to right-size parking, it's sort of looking at it and sort of developing that benchmark, developing and sort of understanding the goals of the development, and then learning how you implement them into a proper and usable operational study. So I can speak for hours on this stuff, but in the interest of time, I will go ahead and transfer it over and introduce the next speaker. Because now that we've talked about the concept of right-size parking, let's see what this looks like in action. Our next speaker is Mr. Evan Peterson, who is the Development Director at Radom Capital. He focuses on creating transformational developments that enrich communities. Evan also provides a private developer lens as it pertains to parking, and look forward to his presentation today. Evan?
Thanks, Jeremy. Appreciate that. So parking kind of, it drives everything we do and kind of from a development perspective. It's ultimately the first thing we always look at when we're identifying a new site or identifying a new location, and one of the first questions that comes up from our leasing and development teams. So it does everything it drives everything we do as developers in the Houston Galveston area. So, you know, parking can be a touchy issue with tenants, you know, in terms of what's needed, what the requirements are of certain tenants, and kind of also the different markets and sub-markets in the area within the city of Houston itself. Parking kind of, and how parking is viewed from tenants and from kind of our main stakeholders in the development side is different from sub-market to sub-market. So, you know, you're always going against also the traditional kind of city of Houston view, where parking is ample, always available, kind of like this parking lot picture I have here on the right. That's kind of the typical Houston conception that has always been around parking, kind of as we're starting to see that paradigm shift in how parking is viewed and how we deal with parking. It's it's really interesting. Kind of, you know, like I mentioned, you know, leasing and brokerage is really the big driver of parking and parking requirements. You know, it's primarily that, and then code follows it. So, and then also too, as you see in some of the examples I present today, and the kind of 2 case studies, you'll see how even the submarkets themselves really affect on how we approach parking at different developments. So, you know, and at the end of the day too, I think developers and everyone is always interested in how to park more efficiently, especially when you get these urban environments and structured parking is becoming so expensive with rising construction prices, you know. And so with that in mind, I kind of want to move forward and give you guys a case study of kind of one of our more kind of historic Main Street examples of a project we recently did here in the Houston Heights. So if anyone's been in 19th Street, it's got a lot of similar characteristics to like what Jeremy mentioned earlier, Bentonville, kind of, you know, Waller, kind of that historic Main Street, and kind of really where there's existing kind of head-in parking, zero lot line, and kind of this unique building character kind of within the community. So we were really drawn to the building because of its existing uses that had always been there. You kind of see it on the bottom right corner there, kind of the first floor restaurant, retail, kind of some second floor office use. And really just kind of the unique pedestrian experience, you know, whether it's white linen nights in the Heights and kind of other information and other events that really kind of make the character of the street unique. And kind of, as we approach developments, it's always kind of the pedestrian is in the forefront when it comes to design. We still look at parking first, and it's a huge consideration, but, you know, kind of that pedestrian environment, being nearby the MKT hike and bike trail, you know, being on this walkable streetscape is really important for us, and kind of, we believe, the success of our developments. So here you can kind of see what the end all kind of product was at 375 West 19th when we're kind of done with the renovation. So, you know, like I mentioned earlier and touched on submarkets, the culture on 19th Street is that it's all head-in parking along the historic Main Street, and there's really no requirements. So we didn't have a lot with this building, and we actually have no spaces at all, which is really unique. So like I mentioned earlier, the fact that we had the existing uses of the restaurant, the retail, as well as the office above, is that, you know, we were really allowed to do and kind of make the improvements that we need. And kind of also too with these uses, some uses kind of have more value than others when it comes to kind of rent and development. So that's really important and kind of what we look at as well. So we were really happy with how this project turned out. Kind of, you know, earlier on, it kicked around some ideas of approaching some council members, maybe leveraging for a special parking area. And I do think, kind of as David mentioned earlier on, the City of Houston has kind of started to look at some of these areas and really start to evaluate what the needs are, and kind of, like everyone mentioned, on a case-by-case basis of what this area really is. So now that I kind of presented kind of a Main Street, historic street example, kind of in the environment that we can work in that really applies to all, I think I kind of move forward to kind of a more urban core development that we're currently under construction in the Montrose area. So just to touch on the parking culture in Montrose, you know, you probably should Uber. It's known for no parking, hard to find a space, driving around, you got to walk a bit, you know, very kind of, very constrained, you know. And, you know, as kind of land prices in the urban core skyrocket, you know, we really need to developers need to have density to make sense of these urban core land prices. And with that kind of density comes kind of structured parking, kind of the requirements there. So, you know, when we were in this project, we were aware of the parking efficiency in the area, and kind of believed there was always a partnership opportunity with a public entity. So we always kind of had that in mind, and kind of just wanted to maybe glance over kind of what I mentioned earlier, how we kind of really start to put the pedestrian first in all of our developments. So, you know, it was really important for us to locate the drive aisles at the northernmost property of the building. I mean, northernmost entrance, property line of the project, just because we did not want to in any way whatsoever break up any of the pedestrian realm. We went through great lengths to preserve all existing tree canopy in the right of way, and kind of, you know, also really kind of started to introduce these large public green spaces and plaza spaces kind of in the center of the project, and kind of surrounded the buildings around this kind of, what we like to say, kind of green spaces and anchors. So, you know, we always think parking is important, but like I mentioned earlier, the pedestrian experience and interaction always comes first when it comes to design. So, you know, why was parking important here, and why did we think there was a partnership opportunity? You know, in the previous parking analysis completed by the former Montrose Management District, there was a pretty large deficit that was identified here. You know, the most recently formed Montrose TERS has identified kind of a $4.8 million structured parking facility in their analysis. And kind of, you can tell from this snipping I took from the initial parking report that kind of showed where the main deficiency existed, and kind of our project just happened to be within the area close to the intersection of Montrose and Westheimer. So, you know, we really thought that, you know, the TERS wasn't going to go out on their own and kind of acquire the land and build this parking garage. You know, we thought there was really a strong partnership opportunity here, and for us to really kind of partner with this kind of new TERS formation and really kind of make an improvement in the area while improving our project as well. So, you know, when we kind of developed this project in mind, we really wanted to overpark it. You know, we pushed really hard to get as many spaces as possible because, you know, we knew it was a deficient area, and simply in an area like this, code really most likely wouldn't suffice for the type of development, and also the demand, not only the demand for our project, but we did know if we had a project with a nominal fee payment for parking, that it would be leveraged by the existing uses next door and the existing restaurants. I mean, around this street corner, we're already surrounded by, you know, Uchi is already part of our property, but, you know, we've got Burger Joint, Velvet Taco, Katz's Deli, and a number of other kind of really popular restaurant outlets that we expect are going to utilize this parking as well. So with that in mind and kind of this deficiency there, we really thought that there was a partnership to be had. And, you know, and like I mentioned earlier, kind of as land prices go up and density goes up, you know, structured parking is really expensive. You know, we're doing a level of subterranean parking underneath here, almost exactly up to the property line. So, I mean, that's coming out to about, you know, as high as $30,000 a space in some development. So, you know, kind of getting this in the urban core in these areas is really kind of, it's difficult to meet the demand, you know, and to make sense of everything at the end of the day when we put it into our pro formas. So, you know, as you can tell from some of our initial analysis here, we really kind of did our best to make sure that we were significantly overparked, and kind of really evaluated what the overall need was for the community and kind of what the area was. So we thought we did our best to really kind of plan for the future here. So, you know, we believe our projects always bring significant benefit to the community, because with our inclusion of green space, parking, kind of, and really we see even our tenants as more of kind of neighborhood amenities. So that's kind of how we structured it. So, you know, we're able to come to a development agreement with TERS 27 and really kind of make a great partnership there, establish a nominal rate, and kind of also leverage it to really just help the area and kind of execute a development agreement. So there was a lot of public interaction with this project, a lot of public outreach. Another point I really didn't even touch on this presentation is that there was also a land transfer involved with this project with the City of Houston and a public library. So we really in the simplest format, we try to create developments that our team would want to be at all the time, and most likely we'll probably be officing there as well. So I think we try to do our best to put our best foot forward, park the project efficiently, and find partnerships and kind of leverage the uses such as office on the upper floors and retail restaurants on the lower floors, which really from a mixed use perspective is great for all the parking needs in the area as well as our project ourselves. So that was kind of a brief overview and case studies of two projects that we really wanted to touch on. And you know, now that we've kind of covered the planners, developers, and the perspectives on parking, you know, we want to take a look at it through the municipal lens. With that, I'd like to introduce Kirk Meyer from the Goodman Corporation, planning and engineering consultant in Houston and Austin, that's done a lot of work with local leaders on livable centers and multimodal projects, and also helped us with Montrose Collective in terms of our agreement with the TERS 27. So I'll hand it off to you, Kirk.
Thank you, Evan. Good morning. As was mentioned earlier, the planner's viewpoint is that less parking is smarter parking. And you could say that developers, based on what Evan just presented, really want to build efficiently. And part of that, a big part of that, is minimizing costs. So where does the city stand on parking? What about their perspective? Well, given how population in cities continue growing, parking is a problem that will need to be solved at some point, if not right now. But how can we, cities, remain attractive to businesses and residents who drive everywhere by reducing parking? Well, I'm going to try to answer that question with the animation on this slide in part. Any parking strategy includes cars, parking for cars. But it also needs to have consideration for buses, as well as bikes, other forms of motorized travel, and pedestrians. So all that needs to come together. So what's a city to do? There's so many questions. And as usual, a city has got 99 problems and parking is one, right? So let's think about this systematically. Parking and the space allocated to it is one of the components of both land use and transportation, which are themselves linked to each other. Like any system or machine, there are many moving parts. And since it's part of a system, a perceived parking problem may be about more than just parking. Usually, it's just as simple as making parking a part of the planning process, though. It is often treated as separately from the rest of planning, but parking should be geared as an input to the land development decision-making process. Land development is the system, and parking is a part. The decisions the city made yesterday on land development explain where the city is today, just as much as the decisions it makes today will determine where it winds up tomorrow. But how do we get from where we are to where we want to be? That's strategy. There are as many ways for cities to approach parking as there are problems dealing with parking. What I'm covering today are 3 common strategies: efficient management, flexible planning, and transit supportive development. Any city's approach doesn't have to be limited to one, but can use any combination to accomplish its goals. The tools I'm providing and talking about today can be found in the North Central Texas Council of Governments Parking Toolbox that was mentioned earlier by Travis. The link can be found on my last slide as well as in Travis's slides. And then a lot of what I'm presenting has been touched on by previous presenters. What I'm trying to do is drill down a bit to convey how cities can implement the right size parking. Let's say the city has surveyed its parking supply and found that there is enough for all the uses in a particular area, but congestion at certain times or the appearance of a parking shortage, or that improvements in the public right-of-way times or the appearance of a parking shortage, or that improvements in the public right-of-way renovations to buildings are constrained by the way the parking is provided. These issues may be solvable through more efficient parking management. One of the best ways to efficiently match parking supply to demand is to level the demand so that a fixed facility can consistently meet the requirement. That's the concept behind shared parking facilities. By sharing a single larger parking area among several uses of different types, the peak demand for any one use may be absorbed by the available capacity of the others. The combined capacity generally requires less total space than the sum of all the uses normally would. Shared parking usually requires agreements between property owners for financial and insurance reasons, as well as to demonstrate capacity and compliance with municipal requirements if there are any. Another form of shared parking is the provision of a central public parking facility in a specific area. This can be done in lieu of requiring parking by individual uses, and what that does is it can help business owners minimize their investment costs. The shared parking essentially becomes a catalyst for development in that case. Financing for the facility can be provided by reasonable usage rates that end up being lower in cost than the businesses would have had to pay to build their own parking. The two photos on this slide show how shared parking can change the nature of the street to be significantly more walkable. The two locations depicted in the photos are across the street from each other in the Houston Heights. The photo at the top, the bus stop and the pedestrians it serves are separated from the uses that they would frequent by the parking lots that are configured to be in front of the buildings. And the photo at the bottom shows how the businesses can be positioned right on the sidewalk in a much more pedestrian-friendly way. And the shared parking is behind the storefront with fewer curb cuts to access the parking. Code incentives can be used to encourage implementation of shared parking. Incentives specific to the community's needs have key benefits such as developing opportunities for public-private partnerships, active management of new parking, preventing undesired development form, and facilitating denser mixed use. Off-site parking is usually allowed to satisfy need as long as it's a certain distance from the use it serves. Particularly where infill or redevelopment projects are desired, this could be a very useful way to make better use of existing or shared parking. Distance is often based on existing pedestrian facilities, so the city can adapt this method by supporting off-site parking through additional infrastructure, thus extending the distance, or even using on-street parking spaces for this purpose. Additionally, they can use public parking facilities in a shared configuration to further employ this method. For instance, McKinney, Texas used a public-private agreement with the church to provide parking in its town center area for off-site capacity. The city then codified this method by listing shared parking as a public benefit for exceptions to its site development standards, rather than having to go through the variance process. A key concept in managing parking is that a city ought to have flexibility to encourage innovative solutions. This flexibility to recognize the market for the space traditionally occupied by on and off-street parking is a key principle of flexible parking planning. Special districts are a well-proven mechanism for local planning solutions in our region. They have the flexibility to work hand in hand with both cities and developers. And particularly the tax increment reinvestment zone, or TIRZ, provides a necessary legal framework for something like a parking benefit district, which can be used to both manage parking in a well-defined area and strategically invest in public projects to optimize development. Various TIRZ and management districts throughout our region have demonstrated how livable communities and activity centers, both large and small, can be planned and built successfully. In the figure to the right, you can see how a parking study in Upper Kirby showed total supply of parking throughout the district's central commercial and multifamily residential area did meet demand. The district was then prepared to explore various means like wayfinding, coordination with businesses, multimodal facilities, to modify or shift areas of high block level demand to where there is excess capacity. Flexibility includes things like unbundled parking and reuse of existing parking. Unbundling parking simply means making parking an optional fee-based amenity. Typically used for multifamily residential developments, it is an effective way of reducing parking demand while enabling multimodal services and making housing more affordable. Reusing parking is just like reusing other forms of development. The space on which the parking sits is repurposed for another use. The example to the right shows how even on-street parking can be adapted to provide space for pretty much anything. Expansion of eating and drinking establishments into the parking areas for social distancing helps reveal another way to flex parking. And that's really what we're after here, right? How can you configure parking to accommodate cars while opening up growth opportunities for other modes? Cities and businesses are exploring how that space between the front of the building and the travel lane in the street can be better utilized. That is curb management. There are many demands for that curb space: on-street parking, ride hailing, bike parking, bus stops, stormwater systems, pedestrian realm amenities, shared modalities like scooters, customer service area. The list goes on. Active management, this highly valued space, can support denser development, provide better buffers between walkways and traffic lanes, improve accessibility across all travel modes, and prioritize the off-street parking for residents and employees. The city's role in this typically consists of developing the rules and procedures for the permitted uses and managing availability, as well as monitoring and updating codes to achieve the desired outcomes. The private sector can be engaged with as partners to synchronize management and development priorities. There are abundant examples of scaled solutions using this approach, but a small one is the dedicated bike lanes in the top right photo, which is in Midtown Houston. The third and last strategy I'm covering is transit supported development. The key principle that makes transit-oriented development, or TOD, works is that the transit needs the support of a multimodal network and density. Mixed-use development, including commercial, residential, and other dense uses, provides the foundation on which multimodal services can stand. They work together to form a livable place where both the public and private sectors can achieve economies of scale. Mobility options, comprehensive walking and biking facilities, provide connectivity of non-driving modes between home, work, and shopping destinations to be able to draw people out of their cars. Comprehensive plans, capital improvement plans, development codes, and district management entities have to be positioned in advance to ensure the city's land use and budgetary decisions are aligned with this strategy. Using these tools, the city can reduce parking demand, increase value of development, support multimodality, encourage neighborhood vitality, and maximize returns on public and private investments. Yes, all of those. Providing incentives like density bonuses to developers to build multimodal amenities into their designs creates the kind of environment people who would choose not to own a car are looking for. The bonuses can be awarded for preferred placement of charge stations, shared and pooled cars, dedicated bike facilities, various means of transit promotion, active ground level uses, and many other different travel and demand management, or TDM, initiatives. The great thing is, building up can be combined with any of these or other parking management tools to create synergies in development that add up to more than just the sum of the parts. In Midtown Houston, as the top photo shows, it's easy to find places that use shared parking, curb management, and density in combination to not just support transit, but also create conditions that spur additional development. Though public-private development may often be associated with larger projects, public-private partnerships only need a reasonable rate of return to attract investors. This technique would be especially suitable for a smaller city near an existing park and ride or other transit type facility. A public parking facility expands existing supply to be able to absorb future development without requiring on-site parking. One look at City Center in West Houston in the bottom photo reveals the outcomes that can be achieved by distributing capital investment across multiple entities and providing a mixed-use, livable center to attract businesses and residents alike. The town center concept is well known in this area, though it's still gaining in popularity. Jersey Village, a town just northwest of Houston, is moving forward with the Village Center mixed-use development through a TERS and a partnership via 380 agreement. Other nearby cities and towns like Sugar Land and Tomball, as they're going to be covering a little bit later today, have either completed their own centers or are working towards that goal. So to wrap this all up, parking will always be needed, but that doesn't mean we can't or shouldn't also plan for other modes. Land and financial resources are indeed limited, and what worked yesterday will not necessarily work tomorrow. Planning is by its nature difficult because we can't predict the future, and there are so many things that you have to take into consideration. but we can absolutely plan to accomplish our goals. Question is, what is your community's main development goal? There should be a unifying vision for wherever you're centering your focus for a livable center. But speaking of which, livable centers, the main idea is effective parking management elevates all the transportation modes to equitable footing and balances the needs through holistic and iterative planning and administration. But plans are useless unless they're properly aligned to the community's goal. Start with the goal in mind and adapt your parking strategy to that goal. There are many tools and other resources out there to help develop and refine your approach to right-size parking for community. These listed below are but a few. Thank you very much for your time. I will now hand it back to Anita for some Q&A and some administrative comments regarding the remainder of the workshop. Thanks once again.
Kurt, thank you for that, and thank you to all our panelists for this session. I will ask you to do the very bold thing and turn on your cameras as we move into the question and answer period. I do want to thank you all for your presentation. And Jeremy, thank you for introducing us to the concept of right-sized parking as we challenge ourselves today to think about what puzzle pieces work best in our communities. I thought it was also really interesting to hear that, the parking needs, whether you're in a small town or a big city, are universal. However, the idea of need is really what defines the solution, and that there really isn't a one-size-fits-all approach to your individual parking solution. Regardless of context, however, what I also thought was interesting in terms of the linearity and thread with all of your comments was this idea of creating walkable spaces, and that the walkable spaces are a benefit for the community in terms of mobility as we think about how we're moving people from place to place. But there was a clear connection to understand sort of what it was the benefit for the development community and what was the benefit for the investor as well, which is a really interesting nexus, if you will, between how we look at transportation and development. So Evan, I'm going to put you in the hot seat and ask you sort of the very first question. You mentioned parking is the first thing you look at when you look at a possible investment from the private perspective. Houston, the Houston-Galveston region is often considered a very market-driven economy with a strong developer-driven history. My question to you is, what advice do you have for a community that may want to reassess their parking code, but moreover want to attract the appropriate type of development? We often hear that by changing the mold, if it were changing the requirements, you're actually putting the onus on the private sector to do things differently. And I was wondering if maybe you could speak to that a little bit.
So I guess, could I ask you a question back? Are you referring in terms for use of municipalities or residents when you say kind of shifting kind of parking structures and requirements in their areas? Who is kind of the main population specifically?
Yeah, I think it would be, the question is really from a municipality standpoint. When they're wanting to change things and shift things, they often get pushback from the development community, where the common comment is that these are considered, new regulations, they're new restrictions, and it's changing the order of business, as it were. So it may create more work for a private entity on the front end. So how can communities arm themselves with the appropriate, what are the appropriate steps a community should take to make sure they can attract development such as yours?
Yeah, no, I think the right steps that they can take to kind of, and I assume really just kind of getting really kind of interactive mixed-use development is what, I'm just going to make the assumption that's what most people are striving for. And I think really first and foremost is that they need to think about, they need to look at really what's available, like what's the typical lot size, what's the type of development that's actually sustainable and possible there, because there's a lot of areas where kind of adding a structured parking garage in the city of Houston probably doesn't make sense and probably will never make sense. And really the first and foremost question is figuring out what type of uses that they need and that they want, and kind of also on top of that is that what's the proximity of the other kind of uses by the area that they want to develop, and kind of really start to establish what the true tenancy that they want in the area and what the contribution they want from the developers of the area. So I think if you ask any developer in Houston, the request is going to be less parking regulations and more public street parking if possible. So that's kind of that's just going to be the short answer of what developers would ask for and what they like. But I think honestly, the city of Houston has done a really good job in the past couple of years of starting to identify, as an example, it's starting to identify that their parking guidelines are a bit dated and that they do need to be looked at and re-examined and reevaluated. And I think that the city of Houston has become less stringent with their parking requirements, especially with the most recent planning ordinance as well. So I think it's moving in the right direction, but I think first and foremost, it's on the municipalities to decide what kind of development they want in their areas, and then from there kind of decide the typical parking needs and kind of code requirements.
Thank you for that. And Evan, I believe we have one more question for you. Andrea, can you bring us up to speed on the latest question?
Sure. This one is mixed-use development operators face challenges in accommodating a variety of parking users, such as monthly parking pass holders and transient users. As a developer or operator, can you speak about parking technologies you have implemented or currently considering implementing to help address this challenge for parking facilities as mixed-use developments?
Yeah, so actually, I'll use two of our projects as an example. So the one I presented, Montrose Collective, we actually have the above ground and kind of below ground garage. So the below ground garage, which is about a little over 180 spaces, is open to all retail, restaurant users, kind of parking users, the public at all times. However, from 6 to 6, the above ground garage, which will serve kind of our office tenants and medical office tenants, will be parking pass only, and kind of with an RFID card kind of on the car. So that, and then kind of after 6, when actually the Montrose area is actually most efficient, which is in the evenings and weekends, that you'll actually see the paradigm shift to where that garage will become public. There's no more restrictions in it. So that's one, there's actually physical separation. Then also two, at our most recent kind of MKT development, which I did not present today, we're actually a little cautious of what our true parking ratio is. So we've got about a little under a 3 per 1,000 ratio there for a mixed-use development, and it works from a code perspective, but candidly, we are sometimes concerned that it might be a little bit tight. So we've actually started to implement is LPR, license plate recognition technology. And we're kind of leveraging that to manage our office tenants and manage their use to make sure that they're parking in the identified areas and that they are allowed to park on site. Because if you look at from really the mixed use that we deal with, which is primarily office, retail, restaurant, is that, the office parkers are typically the quote unquote offenders and abusers because they find a loophole and they start to leverage it over time. And they cause constraints for areas that might have been for retail users and kind of for the public. So we're using LPR, RFID tags, kind of standard parking equipment and gates in our developments right now.
Thank you for that. Jeremy, given the nature of the question, do you have any additional feedback? And Jeremy,
now that I'm unmuted, yes, now that I am unmuted. But yes, want to kind of build on what Evan just said. It's really about the management that sort of speaks to the technology required. I always talk about, what type of technology do you need? Do you need, in terms of cars, do you need the Toyota or do you need the Lexus? The Lexus is shiny, it's great, and it really speaks well on paper. But if you need to scale it back to a Toyota standards, so let's bring it back down. just in terms of specifically for mixed use, are your office workers going to be parking there? Are you going to transfer it over to a paid system from a contract system? Are you going to turn it over to where there's a different events at your site? So all those kind of speak to the type of technology that you need. So when you're looking at mixed use development, such as the Montrose site there, who's going to be parking there? How is it going to be used? When is it going to be used? And all of that information will sort of go into and sort of speak to the type of technology that you need. There's not one right size technology for all, but it all goes back to the software and how it's going to be used. If you buy this technology and you buy this software and it's a great system, but no one uses it, then my question would be, why did we invest in that? So it needs to be something that is usable for your development and also usable for you as an end user.
Thanks for that. As we're moving through discussion, I thought it was really interesting to have Kirk kind of wrap up the thoughts for the day in terms of this session with 3 sort of key strategies that could help mold a city's thinking in terms of targeting possible solutions. And I really thought the efficient parking management was very interesting to me because, Kurt, I heard you mention sort of the different types of code incentives that communities could possibly offer. And I was wondering if you could elaborate a little bit more on that in terms of what do you mean by code incentives and, and a possible additional example of maybe 2 different types or a package that would make sense for our region.
Yes, absolutely. I think that code incentives are an important part of the puzzle, so to speak, to use Jeremy's lingo from earlier, that need to be considered whenever you're approaching parking from a greater land development perspective. And this also plays into the comments earlier about using technology and how to interact with developers. So this all comes together, and a community will want to scale these techniques up or down based on their particular situation, based on what their needs are. For code incentives in particular, they can be used either to encourage shared parking, for instance, or discourage building out excessive parking. And that's usually done through the form of parking minimums or parking maximums. The Houston area is familiar with the parking minimums because that's currently what the code has as its requirements. There are other cities out there, particularly West Coast cities, but there are some East Coast cities and others in between that use parking maximums in key areas to help keep the development density relatively high. There are also administrative reductions that can be included in code where you have certain situations or certain provisions such as transit infrastructure, other types of TDM facilities like biking, pedestrian amenities. Particularly with the bike amenities, you can provide lockers, dedicated space, changing rooms, benches, tables to fix bikes, pretty much everything that a bicyclist would need in the normal course of biking. And those can be provided in code incentives for developers to not have to provide dedicate as much space to parking in exchange for these amenities. Now, I do really recommend that this needs to be taken in context. And so you can't just drop, you just can't simply drop these additional infrastructure amenities in one particular site. There has to be connectivity, as I mentioned during my presentation. So it's a community-wide planning effort that has to be made. As you know, if you've got mixed uses, residential, where people can live, work, and shop within that area, all those different destinations have to be linked together. So that's the key principle to take away here, is that there has to be viable ways to get from here to there other than cars if you're going to try to get people out of cars. and that includes the first and last mile, so to speak. So all the way, from door to door, is there a viable multimodal means? If so, then you're good. You can start reducing parking and it'll be successful. But you really have to plan for that, and that's where those code requirements can come in handy.
So and I'll say we have about 5 minutes left to this session. And I really wanted to hone in on a comment that you just made, Kurt, and that is the importance of planning and sort of connecting the parking decisions that you're making to a greater plan. And I want to recognize that in our first session, one of the questions we received and we definitely need to follow up on is, where do we start and who's going to help us out? How do we get to step one? And I think when you say the word planning, there's so many different types of that can take on lots of different definitions. And so, Jeremy, I'll start off with you to say, if there's a community that's wanting to get started, can you give us an example of, say, 1 or 2 different plans that make sense in terms of, what are they called? What are some buzzwords folks should be looking into and researching so they can start to better determine, what sort of plan is right for me and how should I start that? And then Kurt, I'll follow up with a response from you as well.
All right, thank you, Anita. Yeah, we get a lot of these, we sort of search for the parking studies of these different communities, from the Bentonvilles to the Hartford, Connecticut to the El Paso, Texas. We get these parking studies that we respond to. And what I want to make sure is that, we as parking planners, parking engineers, we can see and we read immediately whether this has been copy and pasted from different places, and sort of not really understanding what that municipality wants. And once we get on board, we sort of have that conversation as to, okay, what are your goals? What do you want to be in the 5, 10, 15 years? And that's where we really get to the meat of this planning and this parking. So I think, that's a long answer to the beginning. Really needs to start with a conversation as to, give with different stakeholders as to exactly what your goals are for this city. Do you want to reduce parking? Do you want to increase shared parking? Do you want to look at parking rates? Do you want to become a more walkable area? So all those different variables and all those different ones have a different impact on parking. So it really starts with sort of that benchmark and sort of that beginning conversation. And then from there, it's taking things like inventory, like Nicole mentioned, and occupancy, and just different parking ratios, as Kurt mentioned. But ultimately, all that data does not mean anything without a goal and without of where we're trying to go. As Kurt said, we're here and we want to get there. Where exactly is there? And who do we want to be as a parking, as a parking community and within your area? So that really is, when you look at studies like Bentonville, they wanted it to be as close to their plaza as they could. So they wanted to maximize parking in that area, and they wanted to build a parking facility in that area, versus someone like, I would use like a Grapevine, Texas, who wants to maintain that Main Street feel, who wants to maintain that Main Street corridor and sort of have their parking on the perimeter of their downtown area. So it really depends on who you want to be and how you want parking to sort of speak to your development.
Thanks for that. Kurt, do you have anything to add?
That was great. I just want to add a couple of things that in addition to parking studies, there may be some other things that a community can do, like a traffic study, transportation survey. I'm not sure if everybody's heard about the National Household Transportation Survey, but take something like that and break it down to a community level might be helpful. And just the comprehensive planning process. Almost every community has got one of those, and use a director of planning and a city manager. Sorry if you guys are on and I'm throwing you out there, but those are the folks who take the lead on these types of efforts. Community Development Corporation can also help. As I mentioned before, management districts and TERSs can also take the lead on a lot of this stuff. Something that I've seen before that does a really good job at bringing people together, as Jeremy's saying, and getting them in one room and unifying around what the community wants to be, is a visioning charrette. So it's usually a multi-day event where you get people together and you just start spitballing ideas, throwing them up on the wall, and then you vote on them. And then the community comes together around very few, like those wildly important goals that a community has. There are a lot of resources out there to help cities along with this if they maybe don't have the staff to do all this work. You know, in a shameless plug, you know, all of us on these presentations today, we can certainly help. So I think that's pretty much rounds it up.
Awesome. Well, thank you for that, guys. And we are right at 11 o'clock. But I do want to leave us with a comment that I quite like. So thank you to Janice Scott for sharing it. She writes, as a transit-dependent metro rider, this is totally intriguing and so very informative. Thanks for this workshop, AKA the Bus Ladies. So again, thank you everyone who has joined us so far in the workshop. We are going to take a quick 15-minute break. We'll get back together at 11:15. Where we'll then move into, you know, the bread and butter of the day, which is our local case study examples. So with that, I'll let everybody go. Please remember to grab a snack and a drink, and we will see you back here at 11:15. Hi, everyone. It is officially 11:15. Andrea, can you please confirm that you can hear me?
Yes, I had to figure out how to unmute. Surprise. And yes, I can hear you, so I think we're good to go.
Thank you. You know, as I mentioned, it is now 11:15, and we've had such a robust conversation today that I'm really excited to dive into the next part of our workshop. And so we will be wrapping up at 1 o'clock. So I do remind people to make sure that they have a drink and maybe a snack as we move through the next set of discussions with our local case studies, and then to follow the roundtable and panelist discussion. So our next topic is the parking landscape at a local level. I'm excited to introduce our last set of presentations for the day as we highlight case study examples of parking concepts previously discussed and executed here at the local level. For this session, we are joined by 4 speakers, including Mr. Craig T. Myers, Community Development Director for the City of Tomball, Douglas P. Schomburg, City Planner for Development with the City of Sugar Land, and Mr. Marlon Marshall, Director of Engineering and Construction for the Midtown TERS in Houston. Last but not least, we are also joined by Lindsay Hackett, who is the Project Planner and Midtown Project Organizer for the City of Bryan. So our first speaker for this session, as I mentioned, is Mr. Craig T. Meyer, who I've had the pleasure of working with for the last several years. As the Community Development Director of Tomball, Craig is directly concerned with the day-to-day implementation of the Tomball Livable Center Study, first completed in 2009. While Tomball is a small community, they are really making some big changes. So Craig, with that, I move to your presentation.
Thank you, Anita, and good morning from Tomball. I'm going to discuss shared use parking and pedestrian connectivity for small towns. And first, just a little bit about Tomball. We do have a population of about 12,000 people. We're about 30 miles northwest of downtown Houston. We're located along FM 2920 at State Highway 249, which I like to call the Aggie Expressway. The city has worked over the years to preserve its small town feel, especially in the downtown area. And you may think that Tomball may not have any parking issues, but the revitalization of downtown has brought people back to the downtown area of Tomball. So the revitalization has occurred with new shops, restaurants, and a couple of entertainment venues. Plus, the city does host many festivals and events in the area, and the largest being the German Heritage Festival, which is held twice a year, once in the spring and once for the German Christmas market, which obviously brings a huge need for parking. And also, if you've been up in this area, there's been some changes along 2920. TxDOT did remove the parallel parking along Main Street in our downtown area, which has caused us to pursue other areas for public parking. This is our Livable Centers downtown plan that was adopted by the city in 2009. The mission statement of the plan was to develop the downtown area to preserve, promote, and enhance the Tomball sense of place as the physical, social, and cultural heart of Tomball. The goals of the plan were to preserve the Main Street character of downtown and the historic small town feel, which is extremely important to the city. We also look to promote a diverse mixed uses in this area and pedestrian-oriented downtown environment. We also have a park in this area, a huge park in this area, the city park called the Depot, and we'd like to enhance the sense of community by encouraging events or gatherings that define Tomball, and a lot of that is held in that area. If you're interested in learning more about this plan, the Livable Center Study can be found on our website. And as part of this presentation, I'm mostly going to focus on parking and walkability of this area. This is a map of the Livable Centers Study area and encompasses about a 20-block area, which is approximately 53 acres. Main Street, as I mentioned, is a TxDOT road, or 2920. It runs east-west and cuts through the middle of the study. And then Cherry Street, another major street, does run north-south through the middle of the study area. So in order to encourage the redevelopment of this area does include a on-site parking waiver zone for non-residential uses. This area does include residential and non-residential uses, the mix of both. And it's difficult for a lot of the infill redevelopment to provide their own parking due to the existing density in this area. So the city did provide 8 public parking areas to offset this waiver, which are illustrated with the blue P's that you can see on this map. Most of the redevelopment has occurred along Main Street and about 1 block off to the north and south of Main Street, which is Commerce Street and Market Street. Some of the immediate concerns with this plan was the distance of the public parking areas to the businesses within the zone. It may be a little bit misleading with all the street crossings, but the study area is very walkable in a similar area to a typical shopping center. It takes approximately 5 to 10 minutes to walk from end to end. This is the same 53-acre area encompassing a major shopping center in Tomball. This is the Tomball Marketplace at State Highway 249 and 2920, about a mile or so to the west of the downtown area. Once again, this area is very walkable. Also, I want to illustrate the Woodlands Mall just to our north. This is 53 acres outlined in red, which is also a very walkable distance. So if you can walk the area around, let's just say a mall from where you park your car and throughout the mall, then you should be able to easily walk through our downtown area. These are some photos of our public parking lots. That includes areas that we've leased from the railroad. We've also purchased the old parking lot from the Tomball Independent School District several years ago, and other public parking areas exist adjacent to city facilities. We also do have street parking throughout much of the downtown area, and all the public parking lots and street parking are free and not time limited. These are some photos of new development since the Livable Center study was adopted 11 years ago. It includes a unique mix of restaurants, bars. We have a new brewery in town. We have event venues as well as general retail and antique stores, and we have a few professional offices in this area. This area also hosts about 20 events or festivals this year, so it's quite busy, mostly on the weekends. And our downtown parking cannot accommodate parking for our events, so it's essential for us to find partners, which we did for remote parking areas. And essentially, we run shuttles to those areas for our biggest events. Just like I said, our downtown area with the parking that we have just is not enough for those huge events. This is an overview of the downtown parking. At the time of the study, there was 372 public parking spaces. The study did recommend an additional 111 spaces for the anticipated revitalization of the area. The city did add 263 parking spaces, and as of this year, we have 559 parking spaces in our downtown area, and these are public parking spaces, not private. So this also includes the 76 parking spaces that were lost along Main Street due to the TxDOT access management project, where the parking along that road was eliminated. It did remove those 76 spaces, as I mentioned, to allow room for a center turn lane and medians, which is a vast improvement for the traffic flow and safety through downtown Tomball if you've been up here. To increase the walkability and the downtown experience, the city is also pursuing alley enhancements. The picture on the left is what our alleys currently look like, and we're considering enhancements to promote walkability similar to the image on the right. So we were looking at adding decorative pavement, lighting, centralized dumpster areas to the alleys, since they keep in mind that these alleys do have a dual purpose as a service corridor or as in addition to pedestrian traffic. I am hosting a workshop next week with our city council to talk about these alleys, and hopefully we can get the first phase of these alleys enhancements done and under construction sometime next year. Throughout the whole process of expanding public parking in downtown Tomball, a few lessons were learned that I want to go through. First of all, we noticed that many gaps in sidewalks were throughout the downtown area. As you can see on the map up top, there's a new sidewalk on the bottom right, and the before picture up top, there was no sidewalk there. So what we were seeing is that pedestrians would walk between the parallel parked cars and the traveling lane of cars, which obviously is a significant safety issue. So over the last few years, we've closed many of these gaps and should have all of them closed in the downtown area by next year. Also, with the parking removal along Main Street that I mentioned, many merchants were upset about the loss of convenient parking. So while the decision to remove the parking was made 7 years prior with the Livable Center study, we had to revisit with everyone so they understood the purpose again and the goal of what we were trying to achieve in downtown Tomball. So many of the business owners voiced their dissatisfaction with the change and indicated that they were caught by surprise when the plan to remove the parking was moved forward, even though, once again, we had talked about it years before. So what we did learn with this whole process is, even though the decision was made by council and everybody was on board, things changed, businesses changed, so we had to revisit everybody and make sure that they were on board or understood that where the parking is going, why it was being removed, and where public parking lots were going to be, so that they knew where to direct their customers. Also, we did notice that many downtown visitors were unclear on where to park because they thought they had to park blocks away. As you can see on this top screen, it's the same street on the bottom and top, but a lot of people didn't know they could park there. So what we did is we added a little bit of paint to show where cars could park, as you can see on the bottom photo. So a lot of this was done in the areas furthest from the public parking lot. So I just want to point out that a little bit of paint can go a long way to encourage parking. Another issue that we have not yet corrected in downtown is our wayfinding, and that's something that we need to put high up on our list. While locals do know where to park, we do have a lot of out-of-towners that frequent the area, especially during festivals, and they're still unclear where the public parking lots and public facilities are located. So I think in the next couple of years, we will implement a wayfinding plan to make sure that we make it very clear on where everything is in our downtown areas. With that, I want to point out that the city of Tomball is a small town in Texas and taking the parking conversation head on. However, we're not the only ones. And I'd like to now transition our presentation to our next speaker, who's dealing with the parking considerations in a more suburban location within our region out in the city of Sugar Land. Doug Schomburg is a city planner with the city's development group. And Doug is going to speak about the benefits of planned developments in Sugar Land and noted benefits such as shared use parking and mixed development. Thank you.
Thanks, Craig. I appreciate it. As Craig mentioned, we're going to talk to you a little bit today about both Sugar Land's traditional approaches to parking, definitely traditional suburban style parking over the many years, and then more recent approaches in terms of planned development zoning, as well as some diagnostic work and updates to our general codes for zoning. And so should be able to go on here, next slide. I want to tell you just a little bit about Sugar Land's history. A lot of folks are familiar with kind of what they see now, but Sugar Land's population currently just right above 118,000, but started out really as more of a company town with the Imperial Sugar Company way back at the turn of the century. And as part of that, you had the factory, and you also had some of the housing then for the employees of the company. There was a little store and school and other things before it was an actual incorporated town. That did not happen until actually 1959. Current size is about 42.8 square miles, so definitely a larger area over many annexations and times. Just looking at a map briefly, this is actually our city's zoning map, but I wanted to use it to highlight a few things. This is the Highway 59 corridor, and we've got several main corridors through. We've got Highway 6. We've got the US 90A also kind of paralleling US 59. So we've got several things, and traditionally have been kind of a pass-through city. The rapid growth that we've had from the 90s essentially on up to currently has really filled out the area. We also had sort of two traditional areas of town around both the sugar company itself and then its original housing and area up off of 90A and Highway 6. And then more the newer, especially driven with annexation, down at Highway 6 and 59. So we've got new development over time since the 2000s with the Highway 6 and 59 area that is considered the Sugar Land Town Square area. And then we have the old original sugar refinery site at US Highway 90A, just to the east of the Highway 6 intersection. So I'll tell you a little bit about some of the traditional approaches, and then of course more recent trends. Based on the essentially auto-focused suburban community, Sugar Land has had zoning over the years since incorporation, essentially, but it had focused on that suburban type regulation. The zoning had little change in terms of parking regulations throughout 70s, 80s, and even 90s. There were little adjustments, but for the most part, I put up here, a lot of y'all are familiar with the typical one parking space per 250 square feet, one space for every 200 square feet. These are your traditional 4 per 1,000 or 5 per 1,000 type elements. You're basically found in a lot of communities, and some of that, in fact, has been cut and pasted over time for many communities from way back when, especially the 70s and 80s. Over time, the city did look at some mobility elements, livability, mobility. Comprehensive mobility plan that was done in 2011 looked at coordination more of land use and mobility, building on some strengths that the city had with some developing plan development work with the Sugar Land Town Square, as well as also looking in the future at taking a look at that parking, that traditional code, and seeing if there was a need for revisions. This is just an excerpt from the Comprehensive Mobility Plan. And just to kind of give credit on that, the city worked closely back with the consultants with that, Texas Engineering Inc., and had looked with Morris Architects, as a matter of fact. And in crafting that through the comprehensive planning process, essentially focused on coordinating land use and development that supports neighborhood integrity. So further using modified parking requirements to improve flexibility and accessibility for new development. Looking at encouraging that mixed use development that we've heard talked about in earlier presentations, especially in result to, we've got these corridors with quite a bit of traffic as a pass-through community already, and where do they intersect? And just briefly here, including district-wide shared parking at activity centers, again, building on some things that had been really developer-driven already with our town square, as well as evaluating any kind of potential for higher density and essentially re-examining parking requirements, period, especially those traditional requirements. So the first part of what I'm talking to you about is I want to just focus on a little bit of parking work we did, parking diagnostics. Just a few years ago, I started looking at uses being evaluated. What were the latest trends? Was our code meeting the needs? Were we requiring too much parking in some cases, or were we requiring enough? What we did find was there were a few cases where for example, if an office building was used as more of a call center, essentially a higher density type use in it, the existing typical office parking might not be adequate. But in other cases, such as banks or some other financial or credit union type situation, other than drive-through, the parking was largely unused during the day to any great extent. So we did look at these things. We also looked at getting away from employee counts and those type of things to a little bit more of square footage. Some of this resulted in a little more of a greening of the code. I've just got the example. It's not for you to have to look at all the little details, but some of our matrix work, marrying them up to zones. And one of the things we also tried to do, just more basic, was marry the zone charts up with the actual parking regs. They were traditionally found in another part of the code. Certainly something that wouldn't be as user-friendly, whether it's to the development community or the actual staff over time. So we did some consolidation, did some housekeeping, as well as some updating. And looking at mixed-use development, what the city has with parking, traditional zoning is more of a prescribed. There's not special options for doing sharing or reducing parking loads, and cities with parking ordinances often have that. It's essentially prescription. It's prescribed. Through the custom zoning districts, plan development, PD for short. Some cities know this as planned unit development, PUD, but essentially these plan development districts can look at a different approach. Custom regulations, and this could be alternate parking requirements and approaches. I'm going to talk a little bit about the Sugar Land Town Square PD. It's a mixed-use development approach, really kicked off at the turn of the 2000s there with some of the first buildings back in 01, 02. But it was developer-driven in partnership with the city, had specialized parking requirements, and essentially shared parking concepts of office/restaurant capture. And by this, I'm talking about a percentage reduction of the parking based on these shared uses at certain times. Often you can't really balance out on a traditional zoning code or parking ordinance that timing element. It also included counting the on-street parking, which is, as many of y'all know, you're usually focused on off-site spaces as not part of your traditional required parking. You're talking about on site for that. So being able to use the street spaces that are not typically counted in suburbia, being able to look at the actual ULI shared parking concepts, which you can customize. This has been essentially very successful there. Toward the end of my presentation here, I'm going to talk about a few lessons learned, but I wanted to cover the other area, which some of you are familiar with, the former sugar factory site, which essentially had closed down in the early 2000s and has been hoped to be a redevelopment project. This has been zoned in terms of a PD district, so the tools have been put in place. And this particular area had, not only was there a desire to rehabilitate and create a mixed use type area, more traditional location in town, but creating some new uses with it. But it was also, it had some historic preservation elements. The council was very concerned that several of the traditional buildings, some dating back to the mid-20s, were kept. The Char House is the traditional multi-story building that's been there since 1926. Engineering building and some warehousing and others. There were also some community character elements and preservation elements that were not necessarily as historic from age, but were important. This picture here shows you that there are several silos that were there. Those were built, I believe it was in the early 90s, but they are very much in character with, yes, this was a sugar company. So there's a look at reuse for that, and then some smokestacks on the property. So what is that community character, and what did the town feel that was important through the council to preserve? So the parking was also looked at in that Imperial District, and the parking was essentially needed to be some structured parking, much like Town Square has structured parking, and also some parking along some of the local access drives that were going to be created inside. So you have a combination that the plan proposes of primarily structured parking with a new building, some on-street type counting for parking, and then there were several smaller surface lots, not predominant surface lots, but some smaller surface lots in the plans. Now, this is one of those things where zoning is good in terms of regulating, but zoning does not make these things happen. This is a private development. It's like Town Square was largely a private development. There are some incentives, but this is one of those things that will need the investors to actually carry out. So there's a lot of tools in place, but this is one of those that from an economic and essentially funding element does depend on the development community to ultimately move forward. Excuse long-term approach to parking. Several of the things that I would say have been really important is your local city council. The city council in Sugar Land over the years and over different members have felt that the specialized plan development zoning has been appropriate when they can look at a custom area, whether it's a brand new start from scratch greenfield like the Sugar Land Town Square or a redevelopment area. They also support, and our comprehensive planning process supports the idea of let's look at our code over time. Let's see if we're where we want to be with the community's goals. And I think Kirk Myers talked about that a little bit this morning too. What is it you want to do? Private development partnerships. I think there's been a little bit of mention of that already today, where you can have development agreements between your city and the development community on specific projects. You can have management districts. There's a lot of tools you can do. Policy and code refinement. Essentially, we're talking about using your comprehensive plan as a guide, using special studies to help educate everyone on various options. And then again, look at your traditional parking. Are there ways to look at a diagnostic on there? What are you seeing with trends over time? A bank is an example. There's not as many folks that literally go to a small bank as compared to maybe a drive-through, but are the codes in place for what you need? And educating your staff and your decision makers, organizations like American Planning Association and our Texas chapter, and things like HGAC, like this very thing today. There's a lot of tools out there. These are some things that the city's been working with for years, and we feel that it's good. I kind of wanted to wrap up with essentially saying, there's a lot of focus sometimes on the mixed use centers as the idea of exciting on that, and do you have to have zoning to do these things? I mean, Houston's a great example of an area that it's not driven by zoning, but it doesn't mean that there's not shaping requirements. What is the community's goals? What are the things that you want to be moving toward? Parking is a big component to that. Some town square lessons learned. One of the things that I was a little surprised at back when things were really getting going with the building of town square, but I shouldn't have been probably as surprised. There were perceptions from some in the community, especially because they were used to the suburban nature, that they actually didn't have enough parking because they were looking to just park on the on-street or maybe the first floor or two of the parking garages. There were enough levels, but again, this was a perception element. There was also a little bit, and I think Kirk may have also spoke about this earlier, or one of our other speakers, wayfinding. People getting used to being able to find out where they needed to go and trying to avoid a lot of this extra driving around or circling. Wayfinding can help. The city did implement some of that. I think there's different ways to do that, but it can be helpful. And then I will say there is a little bit that when you get more dense in a typical suburban area, challenges for loading and unloading, for deliveries and some of those things. You're going to a little different environment. A little bit about the sugar mill refinery site, kind of closing with this too. That's one of those projects that ultimately you can put regulations in place, you can put partnerships, you can put these various things in place. But again, zoning and some of these regulations are not good at making something happen. They are good at regulating and shaping. But again, its relations to the not only the vision and the partnerships, but also looking at the private sector. And again, some of that is ultimately dependent upon economy and those types of things. Historic element for a city such as Sugar Land is also been seen as far as being able to preserve those buildings and ultimately still have a area for any new parking garage or others that do help look and shape with a character that we want to blend into those traditional essential buildings that had been here for many, many years, you know, close to not quite 100 years. But so those are a few things that I wanted to touch on. That was everything that I had, and I wanted to go ahead and introduce our next speaker, which is Mr. Marlon Marshall. Marlon is the Director of Engineering and Construction for the Midtown Redevelopment Authority in Midtown Houston. So he's going to be talking a little bit about parking tools used to induce development, the Midtown TERS, and I've focused on more of a suburban perspective and some of the PD work. He's going to be providing insight into some of the things that they're doing with an urban community like Midtown Houston. So with that, I will turn it over.
Thanks, Doug. Just want to confirm that everyone is able to see my screen.
Yes, sir. We can see your screen and hear you. Thank you.
Yeah. Good morning. As Doug mentioned, I'm Marlon Marshall with the Midtown Redevelopment Authority. As Tomball, Midtown was one of the early participants in HGAC's Livable Centers program. In 2010, we participated in, I think, maybe the third Livable Center study, which focused on the HCC Ensemble Station area in Midtown, which is near the intersection of Holman and Main Street at a Metro rail station. In that Livable Center study, we were able to identify several areas of opportunity to make Midtown into a more walkable and mixed-use community, incorporating multimodal transportation options to help with our growth and different ways to promote economic development. And one of the main topics addressed in the study was the challenge that parking presented for some of our future development needs in Midtown, and then the potential parking tools and strategies that we could use to manage those parking strategies. So today, I'll discuss how parking recommendations from our Livable Center study have been implemented to induce development and investment in the Midtown TERS, and then provide some insight into some of the specific case studies and new developments that have used those parking solutions successfully in a dense urban community like Midtown Houston. So today I'll start out by just giving you a kind of background of the tax increment reinvestment zone, exactly what it is, and a little background on Midtown community itself. And then we'll move into some of the specific parking tools that we analyzed during the Midtown Livable Center study, and how the analysis of those methods were used to address parking in dense mixed-use communities, and then the parking recommendations that have now been adopted by the city to help benefit development in Midtown. We'll spend some time focusing on market-based parking and how we envision the expansion into Midtown as an economic development catalyst to attract additional development to Midtown, which would in turn increase our tax base, which is ultimately the goal of the Midtown TERS, being that all the projects that we invest in is for the purpose of trying to produce increment. And finally, we'll go over some of the specific recent developments in Midtown which have benefited from some of these parking recommendations that were identified in the Midtown Livable Center study. So Midtown Houston, it's a densely populated, pedestrian-oriented, mixed-use community located in the center of the city. It's located between the two major employment centers of Houston, the Central Business District and the Texas Medical Center. and it's just adjacent to the museum district as well, directly on Metro's red light rail line. In 1995, City of Houston established the Midtown Tax Increment Reinvestment Zone and created the Midtown Redevelopment Authority to spur economic development in what was a blighted area at the time. So many of you are aware, but some of you may not completely know what a tax increment reinvestment zone does. So the TIRZ uses tax increment financing to fund improvements to public infrastructure and public spaces with the overall goal to foster economic development to eliminate blight in a specific area. And so the tax revenue that's collected on the increase in property value in excess of the base year value when it's created is then reinvested into the specific Midtown boundaries to promote revitalization and the redevelopment of that area. And the majority of the Midtown TIRZ revenue is used to fund those public improvements through our capital improvement program. And our CIP focuses mainly in 3 core areas, those areas being mobility, parks and open spaces, and most recently, we've started to dive more into parking and get more involved there. You've actually heard from a number of our consultants who have been very helpful in helping us to explore our parking needs in Midtown over the past 2 days of this webinar, those being Walter P. Moore, WGI, as well as Goodman. They've all been very helpful in helping us to explore some of our parking challenges. So I just wanted to give a quick shout out to those guys. They've been very helpful in helping us to implement these challenges over the year. Those projects that we were able to implement that were part of the Midtown Livable Center study were the Holman Street streetscape improvements, our Main Street streetscape enhancements, as well as we've had a couple of public-private partnerships with Match, which is the cultural arts facility there on Main and Holman, as well as the Mid-Main development directly across the street. It's a transit-oriented development there where they use a shared parking model with Match for their public garage. Since the creation of the zone, we've experienced significant growth in appraised property value and population. The base year value when we were created in 1995 was $157 million. Our current incremental property value most recently came in at over $1.5 billion. So we're happy that we're one of the most successful TIRZs in the Houston area. Actually, one of the most successful TIRZs in the state of Texas. So, you know, we're proud of our growth, but with that growth does come some additional new challenges. And one of those challenges that we face is the parking challenge due to the influx of new developments, steady population growth, and Midtown becoming the popular destination that it is today. The land prices have escalated. Premium on the land prices in Midtown makes it challenging to justify the development of the land dedicated to parking to satisfy the city's off-street parking minimums. So one of the topics that were discussed in our Livable Center study was the fact that the cost of building parking is often one of the biggest hurdles for potential new development projects. And we're often approached by developers who would like to develop in Midtown with proposed projects. And their issue is they just can't get it to pencil out on paper due to the city's off-street parking minimum requirements. The cost of land in Midtown today is approaching $150 per square foot in some areas. A standard 5,000 square foot lot fits about 10 parking spaces. So that's $750,000 is a pretty hefty price to pay in an area that has, you know, sufficient on-street parking to serve to customers, but you're still having to meet that off-street parking requirement that the city has. So we're aware from our Livable Center study that a reduction of the off-street parking requirements could be used to induce new developments in Midtown. And for several years, we've worked with our stakeholders, consultants to kind of lobby the city to implement and expand the market-based parking ordinance into other areas in Midtown because we knew that That will be a catalyst to attract new additional development into the zone and in turn increase the tax base, which again is the goal of all of the projects that we invest in, being a tax increment reinvestment zone. Before the recent changes to the off-street parking ordinance, the only area in Houston that was exempt from the minimum parking regulations was the Central Business District, which is shown on the map on this slide in the hatched area with the diagonal stripes. It did include a small area of Midtown, but the majority of the Midtown zone was excluded from the Central Business District. So the city's market-based parking ordinance uses the CBD boundaries as an area that is exempt from the city's off-street parking regulations. In this area, the city doesn't require property owners to provide a minimum amount of parking for their businesses, and instead, property owners and developers are allowed to determine how much parking is needed to service their customers, and they decide specifically what amount of parking to provide to service their needs. So obviously, no developer wants to be forced to provide over parking and use the kind of one-size-fits-all parking formula that was required in majority of the Midtown area as part of the city's Chapter 26 ordinance. And this was forcing developers to overbuild costly and unnecessary parking when those resources could have been devoted instead to the built environment that is better aesthetically for a walkable area like Midtown, and then economically by increasing the property value of the project, which is obviously beneficial for the TERS. So we worked with the city on the expansion of the market-based parking boundaries, and the planning department actually used the Midtown Livable Center study as a reference for the proposed amendments to its off-street parking ordinance, which was recently approved. In July 2019, just last year, City Council voted to expand the CBD boundaries to include a larger portion of Midtown, including the Midtown Livable Center study area. And so the only areas of Midtown that are excluded now are the heavily residential areas south of McGowan and east of San Jacinto. So not only has the expansion been beneficial to developers specifically, but it also has provided a number of other benefits to Midtown, and the fact that in a dense urban community where we're trying to promote a number of pedestrian-oriented, walkability, transit-oriented development type of ordinances, it's been beneficial in helping us to expand those efforts into Midtown. So it helps to create a higher density developments by allowing the property owners to decide on their specific parking needs. They're encouraged to put their land to more productive use and can construct a larger building or maybe incorporate more green space or plaza areas, which will attract more residents and visitors to the area. It also helps to promote and support safer pedestrian and bicycle transportation. The reduction of the parking requirements means fewer parking lots, surface parking lots, fewer dangerous curb cuts, more blocks of pedestrian-friendly commercial development in Midtown, which is something that we've promoted for a long time and are still looking to expand on our walkability in the area. Another area that it supports is affordable housing. Portion of our focus in the TERS is expanding affordable housing options, and by reducing the cost burden for parking, multifamily developers are able to construct homes that have a lower price point. This will encourage a variety of housing costs and serve a more diverse housing needs. It also helps to address some of the historic preservation issues that we've faced in Midtown. Helps to preserve existing buildings. Prior to the expansion of the CBD boundaries, property owners in this area that were maybe wanted to preserve or repurpose their property were forced to demolish perfectly good buildings in order to provide the necessary parking spaces. And so now the new ordinance will encourage the rehabilitation and reuse of these existing structures which in turn increase property values and provide more services in a walkable distance. And then finally, the increase of the property values by allowing the land to be put to its highest and best use, which is obviously very important to an organization like the Midtown TERS, which is funded by property tax increment. The expansion of the CBD boundaries into Midtown have been instrumental in the success of several current Midtown development projects. The decision to remove the parking minimums has already started to make a difference in Midtown. One of those projects being the Crossing at Midtown. It's a new retail office development. It's probably one of the first true beneficiaries of the new market-based parking expansion. During the early planning stages, this area where it's being developed was part of the area that required the city's parking minimum. So for the 21,000 square foot shopping area, the developer was required to install at least 36 spaces. But after the city lifted those minimums, the company decided to reduce their parking by 25% and take advantage of the ample nearby on-street parking around its development. So instead of the 9 parking spaces that would have been required at the Crossing at Midtown, the developer was able to create an outdoor plaza as a usable public space for the community. Next project, Laneways Midtown. It's one of our first high-rise developments in Midtown. It's a mixed-use development directly across from our signature CIP project, Midtown Park. And they were able to reduce their on-site parking and use the shared parking model with the Midtown Park parking garage to help address the parking demand for their future retail and commercial development. Using this shared parking model allows them to free up capital, which will be invested into their future phases for their project, which obviously helps to increase the overall value of their development. And finally, the Rice Innovation District has plans to develop a public parking structure to satisfy their parking needs. Prior to the expansion, they would have been required to meet the parking minimums of the city, which would likely have forced them to use some of the valuable surface parking lots now as parking to support their facility. But now that they can right-size their parking, they're contemplating building a public parking structure with street-level retail and services to serve the area, as well as a 16-acre technology incubation campus. So this will allow them to incorporate those surface lots into additional green space and plaza areas, which will be available to the public as community gathering spaces. So we feel the expansion of the market-based parking into these other areas of Midtown will continue the development momentum that we've seen early on. And that's very important because as I mentioned earlier, Midtown is a tax increment reinvestment zone. So everything that we support, ordinances that our stakeholders, that are important to our stakeholders, is with the ultimate goal of encouraging economic development in Midtown to continue to increase the tax base and produce increment in the zone. So with that, I'll kind of transition from one Midtown to another Midtown. And our final speaker, Ms. Lindsay Hackett, is the Midtown project manager with the city of Bryan. While I've spent time discussing the implementation and construction success of new parking concepts in Midtown Houston, Lindsay is going to discuss a new program that was only adopted last week. She will explain what types of positive impacts her city of Bryan hopes to achieve with parking zone in Bryan's own Midtown area. Lindsay?
Thank you so much, Marlon. And thank you to the audience as we are kind of starting to sneak into the lunch hour. So I am Lindsay Hackett, the Midtown Project Manager for Bryan. And I did grow up in Houston, born and raised, but I've been in Bryan for about 10 years now. And if you're not familiar with us, because we are a little small, so a speaker earlier mentioned that Houston is 670 square miles. Well, Bryan's only 54 square miles, so we're a little bit smaller, population of about 90,000. And the Midtown area that I'm going to be discussing is located in kind of a linear manner between downtown Bryan, our historic downtown district, and Texas A&M University, which hopefully some of y'all are familiar with and are whooping right now. In 2018, we hired a consultant team to study this area and its challenges. So today I'm going to discuss some of the key challenges that sparked this review of our area and the creation of our Midtown area plan, as well as the implementation successes of our program that was just approved by our council last week. So these sessions have been very informative based on more retail and commercial type of parking challenges. And so I'm actually going to shift it a little bit more into the residential type of parking focus. So to start out, I'll have to kind of explain to you what a stealth dorm is. This is a student-oriented type of home, still meets the building code as defined for single-family homes, but they operate in a very multi-family manner. So they generally have 4 or 5 bedrooms with 4 or 5 bathrooms, but they all share a kitchen. And the challenges that come with this relate to parking, but also you have 5 roommates, 5 significant others, all throwing a party on a Saturday. You suddenly have 50 people filling up a street every game day weekend. The creation of these types of homes have been coming in more and more into some of our areas that are a little bit closer to the Texas A&M campus. And so this is the same street about 5 years apart. And so I want to show you how these existing homes are torn down, the lots are subdivided to meet the minimum standards, and then new stealth dorms are built. And I want y'all to take a specifically close look at the front yards. And so you can see on the side with the red boxes, the front yards have a lot of green space. There's some trees. But on the side with the yellow boxes, the front yards are almost all concrete, almost all parking lots. And the clever transportation planners are noticing that these aren't operating very well. So as these student-oriented stealth dorm type homes are built more and more, we've received more and more feedback from the community that there's lots of problems. And so the ones that I'll focus on today are more related to the on-street parking, non-compliant parking, traffic concerns, congestion, unsafe speeds, and you can kind of see some image examples here. Additionally, we were able to analyze the existing parking as it was built. And as we surveyed the community with literal community surveys, as well as visual surveys of the existing uses of these parking lot areas, we noticed that for the actual parking lots themselves, there was an extremely inefficient use of concrete. And in areas of town where we do have some some flooding concerns, adding extra concrete is not something that we want to be supporting. Additionally, we noticed, like Doug mentioned earlier, perception is important. And we had a common perception that we were having too much on-street parking. But actually what was happening is there'd be a few individuals utilizing illegal on-street parking, so blocking a driveway, or blocking a neighbor's driveway or fire hydrant. But we really didn't seem to have too much on-street parking. People were just upset thinking that they owned the public street in front of their home. So the impacts that had were not only negative as far as negative use of concrete and negative perceptions, but also just poor aesthetics. When your driveway isn't operating successfully for the home that you've built, then you're going to start parking in the grass or in other areas. So we were running into some aesthetic issues with that as well. So in response to all of these concerns, the City of Bryan we hired a consultant team to create a plan. And a significant part of this plan is the Midtown Pattern Book. And if I only had hours to go over all the stuff that happened in between the last slide and this slide, but we're welcome to discuss that further another time. So alongside this new area plan that we had for the City of Bryan's Midtown, we also have this Midtown Pattern Book, and I'll be able to explain this new program that we have. So to briefly introduce it, this program was adopted by our City Council on September 8th, so it's just last week. And what it does is it brings in 4 architecturally designed building types that have facade variations so that they're not too cookie cutter. That was the #1 concern. And what we did was we pre-approved the actual building plans for each home. So rather than coming in, turning in a site plan, turning in your building plans, someone will turn in a site plan, but we hand them the building plans. And this allows for faster permitting, but also can help us by creating a desirable process for folks to go through. We can also encourage them or require them to have specific parking and sidewalk requirements that I'll discuss in a minute. So this is our first building. This is the largest one. There's 2- and 3-story options. And this is going to be something that's potentially allowed on, edges of neighborhood areas along the corridor, but also in some, right on the edges of some of the more neighborhood areas. And what we've done is we are encouraging utilization of the on-street parking when possible, but we do still expect some challenges with the first folks that start to implement this, as we have to ensure the on-street parking or that the existing street has sufficient right-of-way and that the on-street parking can be developed successfully in a cost-effective manner for the developer. Quick visual of what this building actually looks like. It can be a mixed use option as well, which we think is going to encourage this infill development that we're looking for our Midtown area. The first floor can have 1 or 2 types of neighborhood service types uses. So, maybe a little salon. If we're in the right kind of zoning district, we might be able to have a coffee shop or a little pub even with some more units on the floors above. This next home that you can see is the apartment house, or we're trying to kind of brand it more positively as a bungalow. And this actually, while it looks like a single family home, this is actually a triplex. And so you have 1 entrance in the front, and then the side entrance that you can see is actually leads to the upper 2nd floor unit, and then another unit that's on the 1st floor, but is located behind the 1st floor front unit. And in the lot diagrams, you can see parking is going to be required in the rear, and the home is actually pushed up closer to the front. And so what we're doing with that is we are helping to create this actual buildings are the visual experience that the pedestrian is getting, and the parking can be better tucked away in these neighborhoods. So in this, you can see the layout where you have your different units. It adds up to 5 bedrooms. So our developers are still getting that 5-bedroom sellable unit, but it's going to operate very differently because of the way that they're divided up into 3 separate units. This is the Flex House, and this is a smaller home, but it's 2 stories, and it can actually transition back and forth between a 1 unit or a 2 unit. So 1 unit, 2-story home, or a stacked duplex. What we're expecting to see is with these smaller units, they're likely to be built in multiples. And so as you can see, this parking that's in the rear, these arrows that are shown in the lot diagram, when 3 or more of these are built at one point in time, we're going to require the parking in the back to be connected with a cross-access easement. So this is going to help prevent so many curb cuts, and so many driveways connecting to the street, where you really are tucking the cars behind and creating that walkable pedestrian experience. You can see the layouts here. Depending on whether you're a duplex, depending on whether it's a single family home, it should be just a simple just interior change that can be easy for someone to do without having to rebuild their home. The last type that I have is the little cottage. It's very dynamic. It can be stacked, built in groups, but one of the most exciting things that it offers is that it can also be built as an accessory dwelling unit. And so we're allowing in our Midtown area accessory dwelling units to be built by right. And what this means is that you're increasing your density, little by little, but you're also utilizing your existing infrastructure in a way that you can't do when you're building new subdivisions. Along with this, each pattern, big or small, is required to install a sidewalk for their lot and a tree. And so while this might be piecemeal at first, we think that adding in the sidewalks in this way is going to encourage safe walkability in some of the areas of Midtown that folks have given feedback that they don't feel that it's very safe to walk around. So quickly, I just want to show you the incremental density growth that we're expecting to see. I think increment is one of the most important parts of infill development because it's not just a smash in type of gentrification. It's a slow process that the power is in the hands of the property owners. So this is an example of representation of typical Midtown neighborhood right now. It's not anyone specific. The first step is that we're working on right now actually is sprucing up the main corridor, this linear corridor that connects downtown Bryan to Texas A&M. We're adding in a shared use path and street trees to bring in that shade that you definitely need in Texas and really get that spine of walkability in the Midtown area. Next, we'll see over the next couple of years as patterns start to pop up, a little bit of increasing density without having to totally restructure things. A lot of the existing homes are still able to be there, but we're starting to see increased developments in the neighborhoods. And then as we reach higher build out of the pattern buildings, other developments, so for example, the one shown in purple is not a pattern building. Other developments along the main corridor could be supported as well. And additionally, we're anticipating the potential for the necessary density to support transit-specific, transit-oriented types of development and to support a transit for this small 2 square mile area. So maybe a trolley on tires that can run up and down our key corridor. So kind of in closing, the benefits that we see of these pattern buildings is an easy to use program for any property owner. So it's not just big developers, it can be for anyone. This brings in additional housing options and supports walkability. And we're hoping that as that occurs, that we're gonna be able to have retail, restaurant growth, the Park Want experience where you can come and you've reached a place, a destination. So thank you so much for the time, and I'm just so excited to be able to share this with such an amazing group of folks. These links will give you more information about the Midtown area as well as the pattern program itself. So thank you, and I will pass the baton back to Ms. Anita for questions.
Thank you so much for that. To all our panelists in this last session, I think it's always so wonderful to have the reminder of what's being done on the ground every day as we think about how our region is changing and as new tools, as our last presenter showed us, are being introduced to the landscaping, whether we're talking about commercial development, moving into things like affordable housing and housing considerations. So in that lens, parking continues to evolve and really shapes the way our communities are developed. As I was looking through this and kind of reflecting on the presentations from our last 4 speakers, as you can see demonstrated here, and actually for our speakers, I'll ask you to go ahead and turn on your cameras. So we can go ahead and move to this next session. Thanks so much, Craig and Lindsay. And if for some reason Doug and Marlon want to stay in hiding, I at least understand. I love that I put you guys in the hot seat, but then I stay hidden. So, but anyway, I appreciate that. What was really interesting was that for the first 3 presentations today, in terms of this session, we talked about, we kind of were able to understand and see how need was defined through the various plans that you went through. And then that the plans were ultimately adopted by the city and codified in different ways, whether it was, for example, in the Sugar Land's long range plan or mobility plan, or similarly through the Livable Center studies, adoption of code with the City of Houston. My question to you is for our first three speakers, and then Lindsay, I'll follow up kind of with the future conversation, is how do you measure success? The number one thing we hear about sometimes starting these planning exercises is, you know, plans just sit on shelves, they're not effective. So how do you measure success? And then moreover, how do you communicate that success? And so I think we'll just kind of go in order of presenters, and Craig, if you can kind of kick us off. And Craig, you are on mute right now.
Okay, sorry about that. I think the best way that we've measured success is we've implemented parts of our Livable Center study. We actually implemented a lot of the study. One of the things, unfortunately, I wasn't in Tomball at the time that it was passed, but one of the things we've talked about with other studies is we don't want to adopt a plan and just sit on a shelf. So over the last decade or so, we have taken steps to improve the downtown area. Obviously, parking was a critical piece, but we also got marketing involved. We got festivals. We have a festival schedule. We've brought people here. We've had incentives with not just not having parking, but we've had impact fee waiver zones in that same area to bring these small mom and pop businesses to downtown Tomball. It's not an area where you see your big chains. You see the unique little Mexican restaurants or barbecue, which is phenomenal, or a little brewery. So it's successful because we've implemented much of the plan and we've seen the successes. People are coming here. It's not a dead part of the town like it was years ago, over a decade ago. So that's why I think we have measured our successes, because people are coming here. And when we see our parking lots get full, even on a weekday, they're not totally full, but they're very full. People are using them. People are coming here. People are shopping here. So that's been our biggest measurement of success.
And Craig, can you quickly expand on the Texas Railroading Museum and sort of the idea behind that and what brought that to your community?
Well, Tomball was founded as an old oil town as well as a railroad community as well. Unfortunately, I have some bad news about the Railroad Museum. They did announce about 6 weeks ago that they are not coming. Well, they're not going anywhere, actually. They had some funding issues and they are not pursuing any development in Tomball. So that was some news that it was unfortunate to hear, but in these times they just couldn't find the funding to come to Tomball. But hopefully maybe one day we can resurrect those discussions that they can come here, because we had a perfect place for them to come, but unfortunately they're not coming.
Okay, and I think that's good for folks to hear. I think that as we think about the implementation at the local level, it is the idea that there's this continued conversation, and you might start it the first go around and something might happen, as you mentioned 6 weeks ago, but then when you revisit the conversation, the plan's in place and you're able to actually move towards that implementation. So thanks for sharing that with us. Sure. Doug, I'll ask you the same question. How do you measure success, and then moreover, how do you communicate that success for your plans?
Well, taking a look at that question, maybe I've got two brief things to say on that. One of the things that the city has tried to do a good job of, and planning department has been a big has had a big role in, is actually semi-annually to annually bringing the master plans up with the city council, you know, and that includes all kinds of different elements of the comprehensive plan. They're all kind of part of that, and kind of like a checkup, if you will. That doesn't mean that you're going to be updating all those every year. You know, often cities have kind of the 5-year outlook or those type of things. That's a good element to it, and not afraid to, you know, having staff not afraid to answer questions to folks as to, you know, how do we think it's going? How is this going? That was one of the impetus, not only for the plan development district work, but also the diagnostic work on our more traditional ordinances for parking. Secondly, real quick, I'll say, and it's definitely been said by more people than just me over the years, but if you have kind of a downtown or a new mixed use area, if you kind of have a parking problem, it may be a perception of it, or it may be reality, kind of like we were saying earlier. What we found with more of the wayfinding and also looking and doing some spot checking is, we found people were not going to the 4th floor of the parking garage, but they were telling council members, well, there's no parking there. So kind of doing a little bit of spot checking when you can, what's really happening, and again, part of that had to do with people getting used to, well, I'm used to it in the medical center, but I'm not used to it in Sugar Land. I shouldn't have to go to a 3rd or 4th floor. That's taken a while, so.
That's a great.
That's all I have on that.
Sure. So it's almost the train. I guess you could say as users become more efficient in the new sort of environment, then they become more comfortable with it. So it's almost having folks use it, feel it about, and in itself, that's a measure of success. Marlon, I'll send you the same question.
Yeah, Anita. So for our projects, we normally create metrics at the beginning of all of our projects, and those metrics are in some form based on 4 categories, where at the end of our projects we measure where we started, and then where we are presently, and what our goals are to try to help us measure those successes. Those 4 areas being how it impacts the community, so community gathering, we're trying to increase that. Mobility, obviously, with regards to a number of modes of transportation, whether it be the car, pedestrians, bicycles, then also how we impact the environment, the watershed, how we're improving some of our drainage issues. And then finally, obviously, dollars and cents, the economic impact that it has for the TERS. So we measure our successes based around those 4 metrics. And then also kind of piggyback off of what Craig said, specifically for our Livable Center study. We've been successful in essentially building out most of those recommendations. We identified what we called a Z corridor in that study, and we implemented streetscape improvements along Holman, along Main Street, worked with the city to make improvements on Elgin Street. We partnered with Match and Mid-Main for public-private transit-oriented developments that were a part of that Livable Center study. Worked with a developer who brought in the mixed-use Whole Foods development on Elgin Street, and then continue to work with HCC to improve their campus. So we were what we feel successful in implementing a lot of the recommendations that came out of that Livable Center study, and the market-based parking just helped us to continue that momentum to expand and continue to implement some of our goals.
Well, thank you for that, and thank you for the plug for Livable Centers. It is something we try to achieve, and appreciate the work that we've all done for the implementation of sort of that walkability and live, work, play environment that we're striving for. Lindsay, so I know you've just passed this last week, and for those of us on the call, I will say thank you for Lindsay for being here today, because she had a big mountain to climb last week, and then was able to turn around and be here today. So Lindsay, I know with just the recent passage, is that something that you guys have thought of in terms of, Craig had mentioned, for example, needing to go back to the community and remind the community that this was a plan that had been done, it had been passed by council. Marlon's talking about the sort of like the feedback loop and making sure that we keep people up to date, in current tempo. And then, Douglas was talking about how they continue to expand their work, especially with the private developers. For you, just starting this journey for the city of Bryan, how do you anticipate measuring success and keeping people abreast of what's been going on?
Absolutely, that's a great question. And I think for the city of Bryan, it's fairly easy for us to measure success because we'll see these developments going in. Additionally, I think a key measurement for success is going to be the operational development of our main corridor, which is South College Avenue. And I think as that corridor continues to grow, there's, we have businesses that are very successful that have been there for some time, but additionally, we have, vacant buildings, we have empty lots. And so I think a significant measure for success for us is going to be seeing that type of retail growth marching along our corridor, similar to what we have in our very successful downtown redevelopment. And as that occurs, there's going to be additional parking challenges that are going to come up. But one of the things that I continually push for is that trackless trolley, being able to continue to route people and seeing the multimodal growth as our bike lanes can improve, and as different types of infrastructure are being put in place for different types of development. When it's something that's when an area is redeveloping and starting to turn over, that's really the key opportunities that we have to readdress our infrastructure in really specific and future forward thinking types of ways.
Well, wonderful. Thank you so much to this panelist for your efforts. And this has been a wonderful session. We have about 30 minutes left to the day. And so what I'd like to do is invite all our past panelists to go ahead and join our call by merely turning on your video, your webcam. And Wendy, if you'll just advance to the next slide. So here is a quick summary of everybody we've heard from today. And I apologize if for some reason the image itself is much smaller, but I will remind folks that again, each one of these individuals, their full bio is in our agenda for the day. Please go to the handouts page and download a copy of that. And also remember that we will be posting all of these presentations next week, and then we will have the live recording should there be anything you'd like to follow up on. So just as a quick recap for the folks that we have heard from today, we kind of started with what are the parking trends? What are we seeing not just throughout our region, but within the world of parking that's really influencing how we are dealing with land use development today. We then went into the conversation of needs and tools, where we started to talk about, well, if these are the trends, what is our parking universe? And what are the questions that we need to ask ourselves to understand what our need is that will lead us to the strategy to properly implement our tools? And then, of course, we had a really robust presentation by our local partners here that are on the ground, actually working with implementation daily. I do also want to welcome back our Future of Parking panelists who gave us a dynamic kickoff last night. Mike Burns was our moderator, and we are joined by Maria Ershad and Brian Lozano, who continue to entice us with the future of parking. So as we move into this sort of last final 30 minutes of discussion, and I will remind folks, go ahead and submit a question should you have one. What I want to do is actually pause, because what we did through registration is we took a number of questions that were submitted to us, and I'm going to go ahead and ask the panel some of these questions. And we're going to start on our scope a little bit differently, where maybe we'll start with a small town question and then work our way back up. And so this one comes to us from the city of Wharton. And the one question they asked us was, what should a small town be doing in their historic core? And what are things that they should be considering from a historic preservation standpoint as they battle the conversation in and around the topic of parking? And so, Craig, I hate to put you in the hot seat, but I was wondering if maybe you could talk to us a little bit about your role in historic conservation in Tomball. And then I'd actually like to pass it off to Evan as we talk about sort of the development factors associated with some of the investment work that we've done. And then after that, I'd love to hear just general comments. So Craig?
Yeah, and with our historic core that we call it, I mean, what we really do is just really start a conversation. And this conversation started well over 10 years ago of getting feedback from the community, from local leaders. What do they want to see in this area? To give some advice to Wharton. I mean, I'm not familiar with downtown Wharton, but maybe understand what the goals are there. Is the goals to preserve some of their existing businesses there, or to bring in others? Just kind of looking and seeing what the community wants. Do they want to bring in festivals? They want to bring in, is it revenue driven? Is it preservation of the small town feel of Wharton? It's just really to start a conversation and figure out what the goals of that town are.
And in terms of the development perspective associated with historical development, my question is also, and it's something to build on Wharton, is there a package that you've put together as you start to think about the type of development you want to attract to your area, recognizing that certain developments, do require certain parking requirements, for example?
Yeah, I mean, I guess maybe to understand your question, going back to the Old Town part of Tomball, I mean, we're encouraging the mom and pop. We want the unique type of stuff. We have the Woodlands just to our north that has the retail and the big very expensive restaurants or the chain restaurants, and we have that section of Tomball as well. But once again, we're trying to find ways to get the small types of businesses that are unique to Tomball, to bring people to Tomball, to have people drive 15-20 minutes to Tomball to go to these places that don't exist elsewhere. We've done a lot in our, we have standards in our core area of town, not just with, the waiver of parking. We have development standards as far as facade requirements. So we've done these things to try to keep that small town feel, because we just updated our comprehensive plan over the last year for the city that it was, 10 years in the making. And one of the things that was a theme of the whole thing was preserve the small town area. People don't want to see it change. People just want to keep this part of Tomball unique. It's no offense to our partners in Houston, but we're trying to keep Houston away. We want our own identity. Houston has completely surrounded us, but we're trying to make sure that when you drive into Tomball, that you're driving into a different place and a unique place.
I see both David and Maria sort of laughing at that, giving the Houston nod, if you will. But I do know, for example, that in Houston, we do kind of have areas that would be considered the historic core. David, Maria, are there any words of advice that you could offer to a community like Wharton that is dealing with sort of the same parking complications, but, maybe just on a different scale, if you will? David, we can start with you and then Maria for some follow-up.
I would start by telling them, of course, we want you to be as unique as you can, because the more unique you are, the more unique our stuff is in comparison to it. We don't want to all be competing for the exact same business at the same time. So please stay exactly your historic, draw people for that. And anything we can do to support you, that's all good for everyone. I think when people start to realize when they need to go to one type of store, they're going to have one experience. When they want to walk around in downtown, they have it. The parking should work for any of those depending on the context.
To add on to what David said, we have, the Market Square area, which is, historic in our downtown, and parking is always a challenge there. And then we have Rice Village, which has been around, I don't know, since the 30s or 40s. And, parking is kind of a challenge over there too. So those areas really look to partnering with private development to get parking better managed. In Rice Village, one thing that they did is the private parking facilities started charging, because the challenge there was there wasn't enough parking and the employees were taking all of it. And even with time limits, the employees would still just start shuffling their cars around. So the private operators actually put meters on their lots. And, now there's lots of parking in Rice Village, pre-pandemic. So I guess managing your existing supply, your existing on-street, I don't know how it might be managed right now, but time limits or meters is certainly a good way to start, because it's probably employees that are taking all of it, and then partnering with the private folks to figure out how to share that parking, because shared parking is really how you're going to make it work without having to build additional structures. Thanks.
Sure. Does anybody have anything additional they'd like to add before I move on to the next question?
Anita, I just offer just to, Craig did show that the wayfinding signage was like very high up on their next phases of what they want to implement. And I would say that that's a great opportunity to brand your area and actually create that sense of place through that wayfinding signage, through the walking environment. You know, you had your lighting treatments and things like this, and textured or you know, a nicer quality pavement. There's a lot of opportunity there to create your own branding there to kind of separate it out to where when you're in Tomball, you're just like, hey, I know I'm in Tomball. If you're in the energy district, you know you're in the energy district. If you know you're in these other areas, just by looking around your built environment, you have these visual cues of it creates a sense of place. So that would be the other thing I would.
Yeah, Mike, great point. And as some folks will mention, you know, wayfinding is one of the lower hanging fruits, is what people will actually refer to it as, where maybe a sign is $250 a sign as opposed to a project that is, you know, $250,000. So is wayfinding an option that is a lower hanging fruit that signals to your community that something's changing and allows for that branding to happen? I think that's a wonderful point. So thank you for sharing. This next question actually came to me through text message. So let me make sure that I can read it. And we are moving more into a different type of context now. And I open it up to the floor. So you'll first come, first serve in terms of the answer. But what's the best strategy for areas in the middle? They have some density and some mixed use, but not quite dense enough or transit accessible enough to have a suburban street pattern that is not conducive to on-street parking. So I'll repeat that. What's the best strategy for areas in the middle? And when they say areas in the middle, they are referring to areas that have some density, some mixed use, but not quite enough density, not quite enough mixed use, and not quite enough transit access. What sort of advice could you give a community that's somewhere in the middle?
I guess I would ask, you know, what the goals are, because I'm a little unclear on what kind of advice they're looking for. You know, what are the goals of the community in moving forward? Are they trying to have a more walkable environment? Are they trying to, you know, consolidate parking? Are they trying to add more parking? Are they trying to manage the parking? I mean, I would say if it's a suburban environment, it sounds like on-street parking is not so much an option. So is there sufficient off-street, and do they have the ability for their customers to find that off-street parking?
Yeah, that's a great point, Maria. If we were to focus that question maybe on the idea of the town center, we're trying to actually, in a suburban network, we're trying to create that amenity and get folks within a more suburban context to a centralized location, for example. Especially from, I'm trying to think of it from a consultant standpoint. If you were advising your clients on sort of the first questions to ask themselves within a suburban context, what would that be? And Nicole, I'm going to be very, very rude and just put you on the spot to see if there's any thoughts that marinate.
I think one of, if I understood the question correctly, because I think it might have gotten a little choppy, but you know, as far as building goals and listening to your community, I think.
Sorry, can you hear us?
Somewhat. But I think
Well, then I'll open the floor to anybody else. Jeremy, is there anything that you could add to this question?
I think you're on auto tune, Anita.
Can y'all hear me all right? Okay, thanks. One of the things that
Okay, well, I think that
I'm just gonna jump in. I'm gonna jump in and say it. Survey your community. That was one of the things that we did multiple times, and your community, especially when it's something that there's concerns about, your community wants to talk. And if they're involved, especially at the front end, you're going to be able to hear more. And if you are suburban, then feel free to survey your neighboring cities, survey your neighboring communities. It's all online now. It's super easy. Just have them identify where they're coming from. But that can be a really big piece that sometimes can get overlooked in the goal creation aspect of something. That's what I had.
Hi, everyone. Oh, sorry, Lindsay. I'm going to jump in. Anita asked me to turn everyone's webcams off to see if that improves the audio a little bit. So don't be alarmed, or you can turn yours off, but I'm going to help out with that real quick, but carry on.
So I'll add to that as far as the outreach, to Lindsay's point, surveying the community and getting feedback on defining kind of what short-term and long-term goals are super important. This is Nicole, by the way, because we can't see each other anymore. But I also think it's very important to make the community part of the process throughout the implementation of those goals. And so a lot of times, I think the biggest challenge is getting start with the initial conversation and surveying of the public and the community, because truth be told, it's kind of a double-edged sword in some cases. But I think as you go through that goal defining process and that strategy and implementation, making the community part of it from the start to the end. So, this is what we heard, these are our goals, this is how we want to accomplish our goals, but more importantly, this is how we accomplish them, and this is how we benefited our community. It's easy to come up with all the problems, right? It's much harder to come up with the solutions. And so to make sure you're seeing through that whole process, there's some huge benefits of transparency on the solution side, in conjunction with the pre-definition and stakeholder outreach.
Well, everyone, thank you for your effort on getting that question answered. I'm really proud of the fact that we were able to go almost 4 complete hours without any technical glitches. And so it looks like, even our technology is probably hungry and wanting to move on to lunch for the day. So again, thank you for responding to that. And I think that is great directive in terms of thinking about the suburban context as we kind of move forward. The last question we didn't necessarily dive into, but I do think it's warrant to be discussed, and that is the question of funding. The question that I received here is from the City of Bay City, and they wanted to know what funding avenues are available outside of just the city's CIP, for example. And anybody speak to that to provide a little bit of direction?
Hi, this is Mario with the City of Houston. So for parking projects in Houston, we have, revenue bonds. So if we need to buy meters, we just go to the finance department, get revenue bonds, and all of our meter revenues are kind of tied to paying that back. That's one way to go. Another way is, federal funding. There's all kinds of grants out there for parking projects. You may have heard San Francisco did a project many years ago. They got $15 or $20 million, I think, for their project. We received some CMAQ funding for a parking guidance system project. So I would, talk to the FHWA or go to their website. Or a consultant could help you, track these down and figure out how to apply for them through, we got our CMAQ funding through HGAC, so maybe talk to Anita about how to go through HGAC. But those are some of the funding sources that we've used at Houston.
Maria, thanks for the HGAC plug. You know, I think what we'll do is start to wind down our conversation. It has been 4 full hours of content. So again, I want to thank the folks who have continued this conversation with us throughout the day. And I just wanted to reflect on a comment that was actually made by Jeffrey Table, Mr. Jeffrey Table, my boss and the director of the Livable Centers program. You know, I thought he made a great point. And he said, you know, after today's workshop, what is the one thing you learned today that you can put into practice on Monday? And I'd like to kind of open the floor to get some general thoughts. And what I'm going to do is actually just kind of run down the line. And if you guys can share 1 or 2 comments in terms of, you know, when folks get back to the office Monday, what is the one thing you hope they got from this session today that they can utilize moving forward? David, if you can start us off with that comment.
So I'm a big fan of the work NCT COG did to put together all the kind of package of tools that could be applied at different contexts once you identify your goals. I'd kind of forgotten about it, so I'm going to revisit and look at it and recommend everybody do that too.
Next, Travis, that's a great segue. What is something that you hope folks came back from and can implement on Monday?
Well, yeah, and thanks for the plug, David. We'll certainly happy to answer any questions on that tool as well. But, you know, again, I think looking at what's been provided from each of the examples that was discussed today, data is still kind of central. It's not very hard to obtain, as you know, was mentioned in several cases. Just doing observation and involving the community in that observation is important. So, you know, making decisions on those facts and what's on the ground.
Perfect. Nicole.
Sorry, I had to unmute myself there for a second. I think for me, it's just making the connections. I think it's awesome how everything has come together, and how all these cities have, you know, there's a strategy behind it, but actually the implementation and taking what folks have done and done well and successfully and just building off of that for the future.
Wonderful, thank you. Jeremy.
Yes, I would say, just to build on what Nicole said, I would add in also flexibility. I think in all of these discussions, one of the universal themes or topics was just flexibility with their parking, knowing that you know what you plan for today will be different for what you have tomorrow, and how is that going to affect you in terms of parking. Just being able to flex, you know, to be flexible enough to turn one parking spot from a parking spot into an outdoor patio restaurant tomorrow, you know, and how are you going to manage that demand? And as demand comes back, you know, how are you going to say, okay, now it's time for me to get rid of that outdoor plaza, or if I keep that outdoor plaza, where is that parking demand going to go? So I think flexibility will be key, especially given this COVID environment.
Thank you for bringing that up. Evan, any final thoughts for what folks should start implementing come Monday?
Yeah, no, I think Jeremy brought up a really good point about flexibility, and that, you know, as municipalities go to kind of formulate their guidelines and their codes and all above, I think it's important to remember that, you know, whether it's a mixed use development or any other kind of developer, municipalities should look at ways to structure their parking guidelines so that it possibly is on a more case-by-case basis, and the variance process is possibly more flexible, because what may make sense for a development may not always match the code, and typically public entities are a little bit slower to move, and especially today where the environment of stuff like retail, office, whether it's co-working, online business, etc., it's just such a rapid environment as there's more increased technologies that people should really kind of look to implement that flexibility into their public policy.
And wonderful. Andrea, I've lost my visual.
Wendy, are you showing the rotating PowerPoint screen again? Are you still here? Yes.
Wendy, if you could bring us back to the parking panel, we can move back to this after we're done with the panel. So thanks everyone. Kurt, if you can lead us into the next thought, you've had so much to add today that I want to make sure folks are able to connect with your thoughts for Monday.
Thank you. Everybody up to me has had very great comments as to what a municipality can do based off what we talked about today. But I would say just start today, start tomorrow, start as soon as you can, and make parking a deliberate part of your planning process.
Well, awesome. And, you know, I will continue to go down the line. Craig, do you have any final thoughts you'd like to leave with us?
Yes, I think pretty much echoing everybody else. I mean, understanding the goals of your community is important. You know, look at regulations. That's something that we're doing in Tomball. Are parking regulations in line with where they should be? Are we over parking? Are we under parking? And hopefully individuals have learned from what others are doing in other communities. Can that work in your community? So I think the big takeaway is is what you heard today, can that work in your community?
That is a great point. Doug, any final thoughts?
It's kind of actually to echo what Craig was saying for the most part is, you know, there's a lot of tools out there. What is it that the community wants to do and that can be done, or that there can be public support for? And I do want to give a plug in. I really liked, I thought it was unique as almost a separate thing, Lindsay's presentation with some of those tools they're using for Brian. I thought that really kind of stood out too.
Yeah, that's a great point. I guess getting to do workshops like this, we learn from each other even when we're in the field working every day. So thanks for pointing that out. Marlon, any final thoughts for folks going back to work on Monday?
Yeah, just to take advantage of the resources that participated in this webinar. Actually, as I mentioned earlier, we've worked with a number of consultants that participated today, and they were valuable in helping us to navigate through our parking pitfalls. So, you know, whether it's WGI, Walter P. Moore, Goodman Corporation, those guys they're experts in parking. So take advantage of their expertise and use them to help you navigate through these challenges.
Thank you for that. And I agree. Thank you so much for our dynamic team and panelists that have come together to put this on, including the folks you've listed. Lindsay, anything you'd like to add as you get ready to go back and continue your job and implementation of Work on Monday?
Absolutely. And thank you again for the shout out, Doug. It's such an honor to be here. But I would say, don't be afraid to think outside the box. Our pattern building program is the first of its kind in Texas, and only a handful have been implemented across the nation. So give your community a chance to support something new and innovative, because they might surprise you. You know, we're a kind of medium-sized rural Texas town, well, rural city mix. And we were surprised to actually see some support and excitement about, you know, what's coming on with this brand new program. So yeah, just think creative.
And Maria, thank you for joining us again for the panel conversation today. For folks going back to work on Monday, and what advice do you have for them that they can take from this workshop?
Well, the panelists have all given such great advice already. I would just echo their thoughts. Be creative, network. I think I'm a big fan of picking up the phone and calling someone who's already done something that I want to copy. That works great in our environment, especially for parking professionals. So, get contact information and call anyone and everyone when you have your goal set, and then you'll get it done. That's all.
Awesome. Mike, any final thoughts?
Sure, yeah. Yesterday, Mari Ershad's in the business of putting value to parking, especially the on-street parking and the convenience of that. What Priya Zachariah made me a little bit more aware of yesterday is how parking can help create value or potential value in the land around those spaces, and how it can, through the value of sharing parking and understanding the convenience of parking, you can really, unlock a lot of value in the land that's around it. So I'm really thankful all this was put together. Thank you, Anita, for doing all this, because it's, for somebody who's been in parking for a long time, you never stop learning, and always learn something new. So this is a great opportunity, and everybody had great presentations. So thank you all.
Mike, I'll echo that. As a transportation planner, it's always amazing how much more there is to learn, and it's been a fun process to learn through all of you putting this workshop together. And last but certainly not least, Brian, if you'd like to leave us with any final thoughts for today.
Thank you, Anita. Yeah, I would say a few things. I say the future of parking is still very bright in terms of what the panelists were talking about today, and especially what we on our panel talked about yesterday, looking toward the future. As the design and planning of specifically parking structures continue to evolve, we've seen it in the past where they serve a single purpose or a single use, just to park cars for, like, let's say, an office building. We're seeing this paradigm shift where they're becoming this multi-use, multi-purpose, multimodal, as you've seen. And I think in the future that they will continue to be a part of the community, very much like the Midtown Park project that we spoke about and that Marlon talked a little bit about today. That they're part of the fabric of the community, and in the future they'll be adaptable. So I would say and echo what everyone else said, and just add that the future parking is very bright.
Well, I do want to say thank you to all our panelists. It's 1:02, so we're just over time. But before we leave, talk about selfless self-promotion. I do want to talk about a couple of things that we have going on here at HGAC. So we are always advocating for multi-modes of transportation and active transportation. And so we just want to remind you that through Commute Solutions, we are working towards Bike Month. Here you'll see that on October 27th, we do have our second annual Rural and Small Town Downtown Revitalization Summit. So for folks in Wharton, for example, or otherwise, please feel free to register. The registration link is down below. And then we also have our annual Parks and Natural Areas Awards applications, which are open now. We're looking for innovative processes through planning, policy, as well as on-the-ground projects above and below that 5K mark. And last but certainly not least is if you are interested in becoming a Livable Centers partner, we anticipate a call coming as soon as this fall, and we would love to hear from you at HGAC's Livable Centers website. So in order to send me an email, I'm at anita.holman@hgac.gov. But Wendy, you can go ahead and stop the circulation of the slide deck. And we are looking for future partners. So with that, I will say thank you to everyone on today's call. I think it went really well, with the exception of one small audio glitch there at the end. So again, we do ask that you fill out the survey for today and let us know about things that we can do better, as well as future topics you might be interested in learning about as we continue to explore that nexus between land use and transportation. And with that, I'll wish everybody a good day and a wonderful weekend. Thanks so much.